extremely excited about what happened this year, FY23. We were tasked with hiring, I want to say, 38 individuals from the community. We actually had 39, completing our numbers. Dr. Hughes has been great working with. Their level of technical assistance that they've given us really helped us, not just with our DOES participants, but with other participants that we work with in the community. So I'm here really to just say, I want to thank you guys for your support, and that the DSI program really helps DC residents, our most vulnerable population. And it also gives us an opportunity for small business people who really have to hire DC residents, give us an opportunity to work with them and to get well-trained individuals who can actually help us grow our businesses. So that's my testimony. And I just want to say, I want to thank you. I want to thank the mayor. And I want to thank Dr. Hughes for continuing the great program.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Next. Yes.
Hi, Chairman Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Yael Shafritz, and I'm here representing the DC Paid Family Leave Campaign, as well as Jews United for Justice as the DC Director, and also a resident of Ward 4. Nearly everyone needs time away from work at some point to care for a relative, deal with a serious personal illness, or welcome a baby, but many DC residents can't afford to take unpaid leave. Our Torah understands this reality, and our sacred texts implore employers to do right by employees. When working people lose the income they need to sustain and care for themselves or their families, that loss is a threat to their very existence. The Jewish sage Hillel taught that we can't separate ourselves from our community. We all have a responsibility for each other's well-being. Today, I want to lay out 3 things the council can do to improve the groundbreaking paid leave program in this budget. Firstly, it can include the language of the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act in the BSA. Second, it can reverse the mayor's funding cuts to the program, including $17.7 million to the paid leave fund and all positions to the paid leave program. And lastly, it can ensure that attempts to use the paid leave tax for the general fund are time limited. So earlier this year, I was lucky enough to have access to a gender affirming surgery that required me to take time off work. As a full-time worker with job protection, I was able to take the time off that I needed to recover. And with support from both my employer, my medical team, and a staff member at the paid leave program, I was able to access the paid leave program. This meant my time off was free from worry about money, and I was able to focus on making a speedy recovery. I, like thousands of people, were able to take time away from work to care for myself, which was only possible due to the paid family medical leave program. But because of the regulatory decisions made by the Department of Employment Services in implementing the program, people are being denied this essential support, disproportionately Black and brown women. Loopholes that have been introduced into the law during implementation have created insurmountable barriers to using paid leave for many workers, especially because anyone who has lost their job cannot access the paid leave they have already earned. This is particularly dangerous for part-time workers, temporary workers, people working for small organizations, and people who have recently changed jobs because they do not have enough job protection through the DC Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, and this means they can legally be terminated for needing medical leave or caregiving leave, or for any other number of reasons. Earlier this session, Councilmember Lewis George introduced the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act, which would make sure paid leave benefits are available to anyone whose employer paid into the program. So I'm asking the council to consider introducing language of this amendment as part of the BSA this year, or taking urgent action to pass this legislation and give more low-income residents access to the program. When I accessed the paid leave program earlier this year, I had to seek support from program staff twice to correctly submit my information and ensure that my claim was properly processed. And many people with much more complex cases than mine rely on the paid leave staff to access the program. In fact, we regularly hear about cases where people's leave was delayed by complexities in their case and a lack of staffing to deal with it. This year, the mayor has cut 10.6 FTEs across the PFML administration, and only 1 person was added to benefits. The total number of reductions in DOES is 9.9 FTEs. Currently, the sum total of DOES cuts comes from this department. If the program is understaffed, it will never meet its goal of providing benefits to all eligible workers. This committee should, at a minimum, ensure that the paid family leave is not disproportionately bearing the brunt of staffing cuts within the agency. and push for staffing increases in the program to provide greater support for paid leave applicants, particularly non-English speakers. Above, I have talked about many of the structural reasons many people, particularly low-income workers, are unable to access the paid leave program. This has actually led to an underutilization of the program. This year, the mayor has proposed re-raising the paid leave tax rate back to the original rate of 0.62 to raise money for the general fund. Our understanding is the majority of this funding will go to WMATA. And while I understand this move in the short term, I am concerned about the precedence of using the paid leave tax to fund other programs, especially if that leads to future grabs from the fund and a time when people are denied benefits for lack of funds available. Therefore, the council should ensure that any tax changes maintain the solvency of the fund in the long term. Council should consider amending the Budget Support Act to create a FY 2029 sunset for the diversion of excess funding that is generated from the proposed universal paid leave tax increase and transferred to the general fund for other purposes. So beginning in FY 2029, all funds the tax generate would remain in the paid leave fund to support benefits and administration of the program. This timeline would give lawmakers enough time to identify a more appropriate revenue mechanism to balance the budget. And as I said earlier, in my testimony, thousands of people have already benefited from this groundbreaking program, and by expanding access to the program, reversing harmful cuts, and ensuring the continued solvency of the fund, many thousands more will benefit in the future. I would urge this committee to take leadership in growing the success of this program so the district can continue to be proud of its support of working families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Good morning, Chair Bonds. My name is Laura Brown. I'm a Ward 6 resident and Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project, an organization which provides legal services to working mothers and caregivers in low-wage jobs in the District of Columbia. First Shift helps workers in low-wage jobs apply for paid leave benefits and counsels them about their leave rights. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the mayor's proposed budget for the Department of Employment Services. I focus my testimony on the paid family leave benefits program. This year, in my understanding, the mayor's budget proposes to divert $17.7 million in paid leave taxes already contributed by employers, to increase the employer tax rate and use the extra money for some combination of WMATA, Human Services, and the general fund, and to reduce paid leave program staff by 10 full-time employees. These proposals are concerning. The $17.7 million already contributed by employers with the intent of paying for paid leave benefits should not be reallocated to pay for something else. We request that the money be returned to the fund. Moreover, if DC wants to tax employers for WMATA and other services, they should not do it by increasing the paid family leave tax. If the council does allow the tax increase to go forward, we request that the council include a sunset provision in the FY25 Budget Support Act that would end the diversion of excess funds in FY29 to ensure fund solvency in the long term. Finally, we request that the funding for the paid leave program staff be restored. As I have referenced in prior testimony, the program is underused because workers can't access it. Stripping the Office of Paid Family Leave of staff will result in more eligible workers losing access to benefits. It is my understanding that the only positions being eliminated in DOES are in the Office of Paid Family Leave. We request that these positions be restored. Instead, DC should investigate why the program is being underused and try to address these issues. One reason workers cannot access benefits is because they're not eligible for job-protected leave under the Family Medical Leave Act. Only 1 in 3 low-wage workers is protected by the FMLA. The Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act, B250127, would give workers with qualifying reasons access to paid leave benefits, regardless of their eligibility for FMLA leave. The council needs to pass this legislation to make sure paid leave benefits are meaningfully accessible to everyone who is entitled to them. Given that the bill has 9 council members as co-sponsors, we believe it would make the most sense to include the language from this legislation in the Budget Support Act. Some of the other reasons that DC workers with qualifying reasons are not able to access paid leave benefits are They are not the right caregiving family member. We advised a first shift client who was caring for an aunt that the only way she could qualify for paid leave benefits was to seek a guardianship of her aunt. Their prenatal medical provider recommends leave from work, but will not prescribe bed rest. Bed rest is covered by the paid leave program, but most prenatal care providers do not recommend it. They are a parent who wishes to take leave to bond with their child later in the baby's first year, but can only receive wage replacement based on the period prior to the baby's birth. First Shift has had several clients who have encountered this issue. Their employer doesn't understand the coordination of other benefits with paid leave. We have a client whose paid leave tax-paying employer told her that her only option for pay while she was on leave to recover from childbirth was short-term disability at 60% of her wage rate. So she only took 4 weeks off instead of 6 or 8 or 12, and she will never get that time back with her child. They can't get documentation from their medical providers. First Shift served a client who received 2 weeks of paid leave benefits but needed additional weeks. However, she could not get an appointment with her medical provider for an updated form, and eventually she gave up. The solution to underuse of the program is not to reduce the amount of money going into the fund, but to eliminate the barriers to access. Passing the portability law and making some minor statutory and regulatory changes will improve the implementation of the paid leave benefits program. This is a win-win for the agency and for the DC workers who desperately need these benefits. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome the opportunity to follow up with your staff regarding these issues.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe Megan Ocean will not be with us, and Elizabeth Falcon, you are going to represent, and you're here with us. Thank you.
A few minutes ago, so you do have it. Thank you,
All right.
Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. I live in Ward 4. DC Jobs with Justice is dedicated to protecting and advancing the rights of working people and supporting community struggles to build a more just society. My testimony will focus on 2 main areas of the DOES budget, the paid family leave program, and the staffing of the agency. After reviewing the proposed budget, I'm very confused and concerned about the staffing changes included. Across DOES, 9.9 FTEs are lost. The number on its face does not concern me. However, the distribution of the cuts is very alarming. They are not evenly distributed. In fact, the DC paid family leave alone includes a loss of 10.6 FTEs. This includes administration, appeals, enforcement, and only 1 person added to benefits. Without a full complement of staff running the program, it will never become the well-utilized and effective program the DC Council passed. The mayor's budget further slashes funding from the apprenticeship information and training. The program is reduced to less than a quarter of its size, from 8.3 FTEs down to 2. This could not come at a worse time. Right now, the Biden administration is awarding federal funding for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Legislation and Inflation Reduction Act with significant weight given to apprenticeship programs. DC will need to demonstrate that we have effective apprenticeship infrastructure to be competitive as the federal government uses these funds to advance increased opportunities for Black, brown, and women workers by requiring apprenticeship opportunities. Not only is reducing investment in apprenticeship bad for our workforce, it is bad for our ability to attract federal resources and will cost us a lot more in the long term. The budget narrative provides no insights into the reasons for these cuts. Additionally, it provides no information regarding expansion in other parts of DOES. Most notably, the Marian Berrien Summer Youth Employment Program shows a growth of 17 staff, more than 15% from the last year. In the last 3 years, it was steadily around 20 or 21 FTEs. The narrative describes a growth in funding for SYEP to increase participant wages, but nothing that indicates that it would take so many more people to run the program. I'll return now to the paid family leave program. DC Jobs with Justice has a longstanding investment in the success of this program, as we understand the need for our workers to take time to care for themselves and for others at important moments. Our paid family leave is a unique benefit to workers in the district and should be one of our crown jewels. Unfortunately, it is hidden under a bucket. This year, the mayor is proposing to take money out of the fund to balance the budget. We understand that their argument is that it reflects usage of the program. We challenge them that the usage of the program is due to their own negligence, and effective administration of the program would increase utilization at least to the level of the $17.7 million reduction that is contemplated. I will be more specific. DOES fails to effectively advertise the program. The agency has purchased bus ads, but I have seen only the 2 weeks of prenatal care advertised, not the 12 weeks for infant bonding, personal medical, and family medical care. This is the vast majority of the reasons that workers might need paid family leave. The agency has created more restrictive policies than the legislation articulated, and as a result, many families are ineligible for the benefit. The council should pass the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act or 2023 to better direct DOES on benefits eligibility. In fact, I encourage this committee to include the language in the Budget Support Act. It was introduced by you, Chairman, with a total of 9 council members, so there's widespread understanding that this change is needed. Reducing staff will only hinder the program. I must reiterate that the need to maintain staffing levels of this program and ensure that the reductions in DOES overall budget are not disproportionately reflected in the paid family leave program area. Is it a disservice to the families in the stressful moments of growing a family or dealing with a major health issue to reduce the number of people that support their access to paid leave? Chairperson Bonds, I urge you to get clarity from DOES regarding their staffing of key programs and to make the needed corrections in your committee markup. I also urge you to stand by the paid family leave program with a full staff and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe we have okay. We do have Alana Echner who is online. Echner,
Hi, Councilmember Bonds. Can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Like you said, my name is Alana Eichner. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the co-director of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. I think, as you likely also know, because you've been with us in this fight, that back in 2018, about 6 years ago now, domestic workers in DC, house cleaners, nannies, and home care workers started asking the DC Council for basic legislation to end exclusions from labor laws and give them new rights and benefits to make these jobs good jobs. And we were really excited that just this past year in October, that law finally went into effect after it was funded in last year's budget. We're grateful to the council for including full funding for that law in last year's budget, particularly Councilmember Robert White, who transferred the full funding needed for DOES's implementation, the portion of this law that DOES is implementing, from the Housing Committee to the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor last budget season. What remains true from our testimony a year ago is that we are still deeply invested in this law being real in the lives of domestic workers and not just a law on paper. And that is only beginning because the implementation has just begun. Like I mentioned, as part of last year's budget process a year ago, the Committee on Labor and Executive Administration accepted $303,000 for fiscal year 24 and accepted $258,000 in this upcoming fiscal year 25, for DOES's implementation of the law. And DOES has already begun fulfilling some of their obligations under the law with that funding, like creating a website with information about the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, publishing some model contracts on their website, which is a new legal mandate in DC for domestic workers and employers to have a written contract about job responsibilities. And most recently, just this week, I was very excited to learn from Daniel King, the Associate Director of the Wage and Hour Division, that the 2 full-time employees that were budgeted as part of the necessary staff capacity to implement this law in last year's budget cycle were just hired. And so 2 new employees will be onboarded at the UES very soon to implement this critical and transformational law. And so we just wanted to note that funding in the budget and note that it is critical that that funding that was put in last year remains in the budget because the law cannot be made real without resources. And so these 2 new staff, who as I understand have already been hired but have not yet started, are going to make a tremendous difference in making this law real. They're going to be able to increase DOS's ability to do outreach, to partner with community organizations, to reach domestic workers, to offer materials in various languages, and other strategies to make this new law and these new rights seen and felt and accessible in the community. So I'm here to say that we're very pleased that that funding is in the budget and that it should stay in the budget because this law can't be made real without resources. These are, as you know, extremely hardworking women, mostly immigrant women of color who are caring for our children in their homes, who are cleaning our homes to keep them orderly, who are caring for our seniors and our loved ones with disabilities. And so I want to make visible that this implementation work has begun and that the resources that were put in last year need to continue to stay in the budget so that this law can be real, can be meaningful as the council intended it in the lives of domestic workers in DC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just want to make sure that I get your testimony in writing. Can you make sure that we get that?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
uploaded it to the site last night, but if you don't have it, I can try to send it again.
Okay. All right, I don't think we have it. It hasn't been reported to me. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I'll work
Okay.
on making sure you get it. Thank you, Councilman.
All right, thanks so much. We will have the opportunity to talk to the executive witness from DOES at another time. And we want to drill down on a couple of things. Thank you very much to the panel for your vision of good things that are happening perhaps at DOES, and for those who have some issues. We want to drill down, see what we can do. First time hearing your idea of thinking about utilizing the Budget Support Act. It might be possible. Every year there is 1 or 2 restrictions on things that have to follow along. But I must say the fact that you have mentioned it and it's in the record may be a good thing and a way for us to get it in. As you know, our budget is pretty challenging for us this year. And so I want to understand better the allocation of personnel throughout this important agency. And I know that Mr. Whitaker, he's concerned too, because he is saying that it's working for him and what he does. And I want to make sure that it continues to work for what you're doing. DOES has an awesome task. Not only is it charged with helping to create the job market and make sure that we have opportunities for DC residents to have work and for their work to be retained. But it also is about many of the compliance issues, different services that we have. And so as I learn more about the volume of work that this agency does, sometimes it leads me to think that maybe we need a separate compliance office, but just a thought. And that would relate to not just the issues that you've discussed this morning with us, but also some of the activities like, wage theft, first source, which are also compliance parts of the employment package. And since DOES is the agency that is the recipient of US labor dollars, we especially want to make sure that we're looking at the issue holistically and that we can address it. So Mr. Whitaker, I wanted to ask you, you were kind of closed mouth. You just said that things were working for you. Can you tell me what particular industry you are representing? And am I to expect written testimony from you also?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
will send it in. So I actually work with the clean teams in the District of Columbia. And the reason why DOES is so important to me is because I have a staff of probably 67 individuals, and we do our own in-house workforce development. But at the same time, our level of work is so vast in the community that in many instances, DOES is my primary source for training individuals in life skills and job readiness. Also the opportunity to have individuals come out and perform tasks before we hire them on through our job readiness program. It really helps me out a lot, because what it does is give me the opportunity to see who actually needs more help and who we can bring on immediately and pay them a wage so that we can begin to hire DC residents. So that's why it actually works for me, because as a small business, it's kind of difficult sometimes going through that process of who's ready to work and who needs more assistance. But DOES is our other arm who actually give us that assistance.
All right. And so, Mr. Whitaker, are you telling us that when the individuals come to DSI,
Yes.
that they are already have gone through life skills and job readiness training, or do you do that as
So
well?
We actually do that. The funds that we receive from DOES actually pays for the life skills and job readiness section of our program. And then when we do the on-the-job training, we also get an extra month of funds to pay individuals so that we can actually see their progress. So we know if we need to send them back through another training or if they are actually ready to begin to work. So that's really a major issue that I'm really excited that DOES helps us out with.
All right. And so the 39 that you have hired, you hired those individuals to go to various clean teams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we also work with CMSI. So either they'll go through the clean teams or either we'll place them in other janitorial work. I have a couple of people who work at some charter schools around the city.
All right. And so this process, I'm trying to, what is your budget?
So the budget for DOES with DOS.
Yes.
So our budget, we received $275,000 FY23.
In 23
Yes, ma'am.
and 24?
So it's 23, 24.
So it's 23, 24.
Yeah. So what happened is
Yeah.
we received 200,000 for 23, and then we received an extension to hire. So we hired 26 individuals, and then I think we hired another 12, 13 individuals.
Okay, with the balance, the 75.
With the 75,000. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everyone goes through life skills, job readiness,
Yes.
then an extra week.
An extra month.
Extra month.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, month of performance.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, it may sound like it's easy for any of us to say, oh, well, you're just cleaning up and what have you. But as someone who is, I can tell you, there's a technique to that. I've watched some of these programs operate. And so I want the public to understand that this is hard work in many instances across the city. And so when after the month, that's when these 39 individuals are then hired. Okay, so they're hired now by the different clean team
Yes,
groups,
ma'am.
which tend to be the bids. Am I correct?
So it's
Or
both.
Maybe, okay.
It's both. Either it could be a clean team or it could be a bid. It just depends on the area it's in. So if you was in
Okay.
Anacostia, it'd be a bid.
I
But
got
if you was in
I got
Congress Heights, it'd be a clean team.
All right, so you are the master training element for clean teams.
I would love to take that on. Yes. Yes,
Okay,
definitely. I'd take
okay.
that.
All right,
take that
okay, okay, all right. And so do you have any idea of what your budget might be as we move into 25?
For DOES?
Yes,
Actually, no.
all right.
I'm here today just to testify, just to make sure that we do have this program in place. The thing is with this program that I love so much about it. So I work with project empowerment for years. And I actually love the program. Like, no program is perfect, but I love the program because what it actually does is it gives individuals who may not get an opportunity to show their skill base or to learn a chance to learn. That's why these programs are so important, because at the end of the day, you know, it's easier for a person like me who work with primarily individuals who are underskilled or coming back from being incarcerated. I understand the challenges and I'm cool with taking a risk. But with DSI and programs like DSI, what it does is it gives an employer, a small business, a view into who they're going to hire, the individual who they're looking at, get them an opportunity to work, not on your dime, but on the dime of DOES, on the organization. And what happens is you get to see who these people really are, that these people really want to work, and that you're getting a quality individual, and DOES paying for them to be trained at the same time. So that's why I came out today to testify, because I know with the budget cuts that's coming, programs like this shouldn't be cut. Because at the end of the day, these are the programs who actually give people like those low wage opportunities to get back into the workforce. Like without this, some people wouldn't even get the opportunity to get back. So I'm here today, and I'm gonna be honest with you. These are the programs that you really need to keep on the books. Definitely.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I love your passion, and you need to keep it for centuries to come.
Yes, ma'am.
To be very honest. So I thank you for that. I do want to drill a little more on this program. You call it DSI.
Yes.
Okay.
But there's several programs under there, but I just call it DSI.
Okay. All right. So as you are thinking about the individuals that you have placed, you're saying you only placed 39?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you had funding with DOES?
So I have been working with DOES on and off for probably 5 or 6 years. When we talk about the funding, it's based on, so when I say $275,000, so it was broken down like this. It was $200,000 to place 26 people.
Yeah.
So with that money, what you're going to hire is you're going to need a job or someone who does job retention. You're going to need somebody who does job development. You're going to need an individual who actually does the facilitation. And then in some instances, you're going to have to bring people in to facilitate. Like, so you're talking about to people who, you know, maybe have never budgeted before. So you may have to bring someone in to pay them to discuss budgeting, and maybe not one time, but several times they'll have to come back and do that. And because of the type of work we do in the public realm, a lot of our time is spent on hospitality type training, like especially like conflict resolution and things of that nature. Because what I'm seeing now is with the high volume of individuals that's in these corridors, like things actually happen. And our people now have to be trained in like active shooter training. They have to be trained in what to do if let's just say something as simple as if someone has their pocketbook snatched or something, what's the protocol for that? How do you help this individual? So now training has become extremely important in these later years because there's so many other different things that we have to do that we didn't do in the beginning. But because of the way things have changed around the world, you know, you just going to have to be trained in these things, especially like that active shooter thing. That's a big thing because things happen in these corridors. And when it happened, our people got to make sure that they're safe. And I mean, you may have to be able to write a report and just let us know exactly what's going on. So it's a lot of training that goes into this.
All right. And so you're saying your workers generate reports?
Yeah, so now, all right, so this is how we do it. So at the end of the day, when things happen, they have to complete an incident report. And just because we need to know, make sure that they're safe.
What is your thought about job retention?
All right, so here's my thing about job retention. All right, so you know what I do. I do the clean teams. So I look at that as a controlled environment. Why? Because I'm able to regulate the norms. What do I mean by that? Job retention is basically an individual who's sent out when something happens on the job to ensure that the worker is able to, they're able to mediate the situation so the worker won't lose their job, right? So that's what we look at when I look at job retention. But in my organization, so what we do is, so I understand the norms and certain things going to happen. So how I do retention is kind of different. I have an individual who work with us, and they basically do like what I call mediation between the workers and whatever the infraction is that may happen. But in a normal sense, it would be an individual who will go to the Hyatt Regency if something happens and talk to the manager at the Hyatt and be like, well, the individual did A, B, and C, and we're going to work with this individual and we'll bring them back and they'll do more training and whatever it may take for this person to keep the job. But in a controlled environment, like with a clean team, it's better because we're able to work with people without terminating them, which means our turnover isn't as high. So that job retention piece big too. So for people who working outside of like clean teams and things of that nature, we definitely need to make sure that it's money there for people to do job retention. If not, individuals lose their jobs. It's very easy to lose a job in this market, especially in DC, because DC is actually, I mean, this is a rough job market. You know, it's a lot of people fighting for employment here.
Yes, you hit it on the head.
Okay.
I've heard that time and time again. I appreciate hearing what you do, how you do it, and how you're helping in a very big way. I didn't mean to give you so much time and have you to
It's all right.
recite for us what really goes on, but I think we all are smarter and enriched by knowing exactly what it takes to be in the employment environment in the District of
Yes, ma'am.
Columbia, and particularly in the private sector.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I thank you so much for that. Again, I thank you all, the entire group of witnesses we've heard from this morning. And we commit to being on it. Okay,
Thank you.
100%. Thank you. Harris is in person. Okay, all right. Our next panel we'll hear from, we'll start with Diane Harris, who I understand is here in person. And we'll have on Zoom Cedric Thompson, who is the CEO for the Center for Innovation, Research, and Transformation in Education. Also, Tony Johnson, who is President and CEO of Captivate Perspectives Corporation. Again, we have Diane Harris. Okay, all right. We have Diane Harris, who is representing CLASP, and Glenda Lee, who will be on Zoom, City Life Development, and Jessica Mason on Zoom as well. And she is representing the National Partnership for Women and Families. And so we are going to start with Ms. Harris. She's here in person with us. So you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Diane Harris, a resident of Ward 4, and I work as a policy analyst for the Center for Law and Social Policy. CLASP is a national nonprofit advancing anti-poverty policy solutions that disrupt structural and systemic racism and remove barriers blocking people from economic security and opportunity. In this, CLASP seeks to ensure that the mayor's budget for financial year 2025 promotes racial equity and economic opportunity for all in the District of Columbia. This involves maintaining funding for the DC's Universal Paid Leave Program, enacting the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act of 2023, and increasing program awareness through increased consistent educational outreach. CLASP commends the Department of Employment Services for its continued work to improve and expand DC's paid leave program. Over the years, the program has provided critical leave benefits to workers, helping thousands in the DC community take time to care for themselves and their families without risking their financial security. To further advance the council's work to build a fairer and more inclusive economy, it is crucial that the council maintains funding for the Universal Paid Leave Program. Sustaining adequate funding and personnel is essential to ensure the program efficiently and equitably serves district residents. This includes funding and hiring needed staff to conduct program outreach, education, streamlining efforts, and to process appeal claims. Success for this program also relies on its ability to make benefits accessible to eligible individuals. CLASP urges the council to enact the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act of 2023 to ensure that all eligible workers have access to the program. Additional barriers faced by workers who have recently lost their jobs, yet still qualify for benefits, disproportionately impacts Black workers. Despite white and Black communities constituting almost equal proportions of the district's population, Black workers represent nearly 3/4 of the unemployed workforce. In our 2022 oral and written testimony for the DOES Performance Oversight Hearing, CLASP shared data indicating that Black and white residents applied for benefits at a similar rate, but Black residents in Ward 8 were disproportionately denied. This data suggests that a lack of education and outreach about the paid leave program made it increasingly difficult to successfully file a claim. CLASP urges the Office of Paid Family Leave to invest in expanded outreach and education initiatives that cater to workers unfamiliar with the Office of Paid Family Leave's newsletter or are unable to join webinars due to a lack of internet or technology access. We look forward to hearing how the council will maintain funding for the program and increase educational outreach to DC residents. And we urge the council to pass the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Mr. Thompson. There you are.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
All right. So good morning, Councilmember Wands and the members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Thank you very much for holding and hearing a budget oversight hearing where we, the public, can provide testimony. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to represent the Center for Innovation, Research, and Transformation in Education. And we do business as the Chart Academy and WIC Strategies. The Chart Academy provides direct services to job seekers in the district, and WIC Strategies provides professional consulting services in the areas of workforce development and education. My name is Cedric Thompson, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer here at the CERT. And I've been here before, and I'm certainly glad to be back today to discuss the budget for the DC Department of Employment Services. First, I would like to acknowledge the courageous and innovative leadership of Dr. Morris Hughes and her team there at DOES. I appreciate that under her leadership, many programs have been designed really to focus on the assets that DC residents have in terms of getting into careers of their choosing. My organization has a North Star that I've shared before, that within the next 10 years, we will support at least 1,000 job seekers who have systemic barriers to advancement secure a good and viable job. And this North Star aligns directly with what's laid out by the Workforce Agency. In that DC residents would secure a career in a high demand, high wage pathway. Over the past 7 years, my organization has supported a number of programs at DC DOES. And we hope that those programs will be sustained and or enhanced to the extent possible, given this current economy. And as I've shared in the past, we do provide job readiness training with job placement connected to it in the 2022-23 fiscal year to 100 DC residents. At the conclusion of that grant, we were able to document a job placement rate of 61%. But this current year, while the needs of DC residents seeking employment continued, the grant for those services were not continued. And so I'm here today to request that funds be made available for grants to further support the career pathway placement needs of DC residents. Additionally, we have provided services to youth, various ages through the Summer Youth Employment Program, the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, as well as to middle school students in the Career Ready Early Scholars Program for the past 4 years. And I'd like to highlight that in terms of the middle school program, we hear over and over from parents and from students the excitement that they have in terms of having access to productive, innovative programming during the times of year where, parents may be working and students are at home. And so this kind of gives them an opportunity to have a productive way to spend their time, until they're old enough to go to work or to join summer youth employment. And so I wanted to just come to this hearing to highlight, what we've heard from others, that there is a need to continue to fund programs that will prepare DC residents for the workforce. I said at the performance oversight hearing, and I'll say again here, there is certainly a need for job placement, and then there's a need for supports beyond job placement. So there's a time that we continue to, support our graduates, participants, beyond them getting a job with career coaching supports, with other services and supports that they need. And so I just wanted to come here and be a part of this advocacy group. I see I have other colleagues here today, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Mr. Tony Johnson. Dr. Johnson?
Hello, can you hear me, council member?
Yes, we can. We have you now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, Honorable Councilmember Anita Bonds, and to your other esteemed colleagues who serve on the Committee of the Executive Administration of Labor. My name is Dr. Tony Johnson, and I serve as President and CEO for Captivate Perspectives, which is a DC-based small minority firm located in downtown DC. Captivate Perspectives specializes in workforce development training and small program and project design and management. Our focus includes workforce training for youth and adults here in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony for the DC Department of Employment Services budget hearing. Today, I will be focusing on the ongoing and important workforce development training work of the DC Department of Employment Services. DOES serves as the District of Columbia's leader for the workforce system and is in direct alignment with Mayor Muriel Bowser's comeback plan. The DC Department of Employment Services stands at a cornerstone for economic recovery post the pandemic. Dr. Morse Hughes and her team continues to provide effective and efficient leadership for workforce development. As we all can agree, DC residents deserve the opportunity to participate in high quality, high impact workforce development training programs. I'm encouraged by the ongoing commitment by Muriel Bowser and the DC Council to ensure that DC residents receive support securing employment that provides a livable wage. Captivate Perspectives has led the following training programs funded by DOES: Career Ready Academy, Job Readiness Innovation Academy, Work Growth Industry MBSYEP Project, the Literacy Gap Project, and Corrections Education Project. As the economy has recovered, the labor market bounced back to pre-pandemic conditions for some young people in the United States. However, in DC, we find that young workers between the ages of 16 to 24 are still having significant challenges as it relates to employment and training. We at Captivate Perspectives understand the importance of delivering training to assist DC residents in securing diverse college and career options available to them. Captivate Perspectives offers robust training in the areas of hospitality and tourism, information technology, healthcare, and employability skills. The average cost to train a DC residents, depending on the workforce development area, is between $6,000 to $10,000 per participant per training. This amount does not include services such as case management and job searching and support, which cumulatively can add up to be about $15,000 per participant. To train additional residents for high demand jobs in the District of Columbia, we request that the DC Council considers a $20 million increase or budget enhancement for DOES's workforce training initiatives across their various areas. I am clear that it is a fine balancing act to provide a balanced budget for a $19 billion enterprise such as the District of Columbia. However, equally as important, we understand that key investments for residents in the District of Columbia to have a family sustaining wage is very important. The purpose of this testimony is to provide an overview of my work and the support of the DC Department of Employment Services for the work that they currently do and the work ahead. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver this testimony today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Ms. Glenda Lee. I see you on the, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can go right ahead.
I appreciate that. Good morning to you and to everyone present this morning. My name is Glenda Lee. I'm the founder of City Life Development. I'm a Ward 8 resident and business owner, and I wish to share today a bit of our work associated with the Department of Employment Services and the program Let's Work DC that we launched. As a partner organization that collaborates with DOES, we've opened opportunities for over 100 DC residents to pursue careers specifically in the hospitality and tourism industry. By bolstering our hospitality workforce, we not only benefit the individuals and families who are seeking sustainable prosperity, but we're also making sure that that comeback plan for our industry in the lodging, transportation, entertainment, and food and beverage sectors is in place as well, as they desperately need highly engaged workers who proudly represent our city on every level of operation and management. Our programming, Let's Work DC, has introduced a comprehensive range of services and resources with a heavy emphasis on experiential industry training. We know that our residents will be great when they are exposed to the level of service that our customers demand. So we offer job placement assistance, industry training, financial empowerment workshops, and a host of other supportive services so that these first generation professionals can realize the significant impact that they can have. They can build intrinsic motivation to overcome barriers to employment, and they can achieve their inspired career goals. It's that sort of dedication and professionalism that we wish to instill in our program participants, but we also follow the lead from our DOES staff members who've been a great support in facilitating meaningful partnerships and ensuring the success of our workforce development initiatives. In conclusion, I really just want to emphasize how personal this is for me and for those that I bring on my team. As DC residents, we realize that we're not always the first, the go-to, the ones that are believed to move the hospitality industry forward. Yet I also recognize that there is value here in our residents. We're gold. And so I have a sense of responsibility that I wear like a cloak that I use in this position as a workforce development partner to the city. And I just want to share that in this testimony today. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. And I really look forward to expanding the opportunity to do more work, more of this critical work for our residents and for the industry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee. Ms. Mason?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing. I am Jessica Mason, Senior Policy Analyst with the National Partnership for Women and Families and also a Ward 1 resident. The National Partnership is a nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy group that has more than 50 years of experience in combating barriers to opportunity for women. We work for a just and equitable society in which all women and families can live with dignity, respect, and security. Every person has a fair chance to achieve their potential, and no person is held back by discrimination or bias. We've worked closely with lawmakers and advocates across the country and right here in the District of Columbia to craft strong, effective paid family and medical leave legislation, implement new paid leave programs successfully, and track the lessons learned from each new law. We were proud to support the passage of DC paid leave and applaud the efforts of the Council since then to strengthen and expand this vital district policy to support workers, their families, and employers. Our testimony today asks the Council to continue these efforts by opposing harmful budget and staffing cuts to DC paid leave and by passing the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act, which would fix inequities in the implementation of DC paid leave that deny workers and disproportionately women and people of color benefits that they had earned. First, on the budget, we strongly urge the Council to oppose cutting any FTEs from DC paid leave, and particularly changes that would disproportionately cut FTEs from this program. Staffing cuts will significantly undermine the agency's ability to help workers access their earned benefits and support employer compliance. We know that DC paid leave has provided life-changing benefits to thousands of DC workers who've needed time to care for themselves and their loved ones, but there's more work to do to ensure that all workers who have earned and need this benefit are able to access it, including, as you've heard, improved public outreach, helping workers file paperwork correctly, addressing employer compliance and discrimination issues, and so on. Second, we strongly urge the Council to oppose taking nearly $20 million from the DC Paid Leave Trust Fund. These are funds that have been promised to and earned by workers for paid leave benefits. Like nearly all the state paid leave programs, DC Paid Leave is self-funding and financed through a payroll tax with revenues held in a trust fund dedicated to those benefits. This structure helps ensure that the program remains solvent and that benefits workers have earned that employers have paid for on behalf of their employees will be available when they're needed. Third, we strongly urge the Council to reject any fundamental changes to financing structure that over time would jeopardize the solvency and security of DC paid leave. Specifically, the proposal to raise the DC paid leave payroll tax and allow excess funds to be used to fund things like WMATA and other budget items. In DC, like in other states, this tax rate is specifically dedicated to the paid leave program, meaning that funds paid in on behalf of workers are used to fund their earned benefits. Rates very normally, as DC has done before, can be adjusted to maintain benefits and the fund solvency. If the trust fund is not high enough to meet projected needs, then it makes sense to adjust the payroll tax accordingly. However, to increase the rate, that should be calculated to address expected program costs, not simply to generate a surplus to fund unrelated parts of the DC budget. This would be unfair to the workers on whose behalf employers pay this tax, which is to be dedicated to that program and not other purposes. This kind of change, particularly if it is a permanent change, would also put the long-term stability and solvency of DC paid leave in jeopardy. Currently, the law specifies that the DC paid leave payroll tax cannot be higher than 0.62%. and that program benefits or duration will be cut if funding is not adequate. So if the tax rate is set at the maximum level and that additional revenue is spoken for by other parts of the budget, there's a real risk that workers' earned paid leave benefits could be cut or unavailable to them when they go to apply for them, even though the tax rate was more than adequate to fund the program itself. We've heard some other options that might be on the table, but we really urge you to think very carefully about any changes to this structure. And finally, we urge the Council to pass the Universal Paid Leave Portability Amendment Act of 2023. The original intent of DC paid leave was to provide workers in TC time to manage their health and caregiving responsibilities, particularly for the nearly half of workers not protected by the Family and Medical Leave Act who don't have job protection. We know these are disproportionately women, workers of color, disabled workers, young workers, part-time workers, who often tend to be low paid as well and can ill afford unpaid time away from work or to lose their jobs. We know that even though it's illegal to do so, some employers do still engage in discriminatory firing of workers who become pregnant, develop a serious health condition, or have a family caregiving need, and that women and workers of color are more vulnerable to those forms of discrimination. So that's why the statute was very clear that workers could still be eligible for paid leave, even if they were no longer employed at the moment they filed a claim. So this act would help fix this loophole and make sure that workers who've really earned this benefit can actually access the benefits that they ought to be owed. If you have questions, we'll have our email addresses and contact in our testimony written here, and I'll make sure it gets submitted as soon as possible after this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. Mason, I guess I'm at a point where I think also we need to put on the record that, well, does it matter to you that the leave tax does not include contributions from an employee, that this money is collected where more than 75% of the employees in the city are not, their income is not taxed by DC? Does that matter to you? I'm just curious.
So it's an important question, and I know one that was gone over in some detail early in the development of the DC, the Universal Paid Leave Act. And it's true that DC is unusual among, let's say, states that have paid leave programs. Typically, it's a shared contribution between employers and employees going into the fund. My understanding is that DC has a particular set of legal limitations in terms of what kinds of taxes it can levy, which is why we have the employer side only tax, which again is a bit unusual. But my understanding is that's sort of peculiar to some of the particular home rule situations DC's in.
Yeah, and it's this particular situation under which the District of Columbia exists. And so when I was just curious, when you say that somehow we're not where other states are, and it's very few that have paid family leave, but I was just curious about your thoughts on that. So thank you very much. I appreciate us putting that on the record. I have your information. We're going to see what we can do, but I must say we're in a very difficult time now as far as the budget, but that doesn't mean that we can't move things around within. As long as we remain balanced, we seem to be okay. So that certainly is the goal. So thank you very, very much for your comments. I also wanted to talk to Ms. Harris. I have your testimony, and it pretty much is challenging some of where we are and what we are thinking that we can do with this current budget, at least what the mayor's proposal says. So we'll be looking at that, and I wanted you to know definitely we will be looking at it. When the bill was enacted, I was one of the sponsors, and very, very happily so. But again, as I just mentioned, to Ms. Mason, we are unique. And so trying to think about that uniqueness and how it actually plays out in reality is something that we also have to face. And I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just saying that we definitely are going to be looking at this. We must look at this because really and truly, while the statute stipulates certain parameters, the statute is what we created, and we created it based on the needs of the community. And so if the needs of the community change, then we also have to think about how the law can be adjusted if need be. So please understand that's part of what we have to consider. So if it's 0.62, it might need to be 0.73. I don't know. I'm just throwing numbers out like you probably would as well. Or it could be maybe 0.5. I don't know. And so, but we will take a very close look at that. So that one, it is important that this fund remain solvent, that this fund is available to those who are working. I mean, earlier there were some issues about some of the gaps in the law and how the way it's written or the way it's implemented, I'll say, denies certain employees of perhaps benefits that they are entitled to. So we'll be looking at that. And so I just wanted to assure you, since all of you bothered to come down to the hearing in person, and it's important that I make it clear that, we will take a very close look to where you are and your thinking on this law. So I wanted to let you know. I wanted to zero in on Mr. Thompson. I hope you're still with us. And Miss Johnson and Miss Lee, who actually are running programs. Mr. Thompson, you indicated that your organization, you started by saying something about 1,000 job seekers. Are you currently training 1,000 job seekers?
Not this year, but over the next 10 years, so to speak, we may train more than 1,000 people, but we want to make sure our commitment is that at least 1,000 job seekers who have systemic barriers to advancement, that they would, get a good and viable job. So a career focused pathway job with advancement, with benefits, with, all of the things that are a part of, like increasing your quality of life.
All right. And so you currently are training, or you just trained 100, correct?
Not in the previous fiscal year. So this fiscal year, we didn't have any funding, but in the previous fiscal year, yes, we did 100 people with project empowerment job readiness training.
All right. So, and that's where you got a 62% return, right? In other words,
61.
Oh, 61%. All right. And so when you say you have a 61% return, what does that mean? Does it mean that they completed the training and they received a certificate, or that they're licensed to perform certain services? What does it mean?
So this is job placement, job readiness training. So it was like general, resume, job search, interview preparation. And so when I say 61%, that's the number of people who were placed in a job.
All right. And do you follow up to determine any retention whatsoever?
We do follow up because I'm just trying to mute my phone. So we do follow up specifically so we have career coaches. So we have alumni engagement activities. So people are constantly in contact with us. But in a more formal way, DOES provided incentives. So you got a job placement incentive, and then you got retention incentives, I think at maybe the 30-day, 90-day, and 6-month mark. And so in a more formal way, that's one of the ways that we follow up. But as I said, we try to establish alumni engagement activities through LinkedIn groups, through other venues to just stay in touch and figure out where people are.
So when you say incentives, the 30, the 60, and the 90, what does that really mean, incentives?
Yeah.
Are we talking dollars and cents?
Yes, we're talking,
Okay.
and I will say originally we were talking big dollars. You know, we were probably talking about up to $2,000 for a resident who stayed employed. So like the first incentive may have been like, I don't know, $500. And then at those certain milestones, you would earn additional numbers. You know, certainly in this economy, we have seen a reduction, and I believe it's probably down to how much total? Like 1,000, maybe $1,000 total. So you may have like a $300 job placement incentive, and then at the milestones and markers, you may get maybe a $200 or $300. So yes, it does make dollars and cents. I think that before this economy, this economic downturn that we're experiencing, it was more dollars than it was cents.
All right. And so in today's market, let's say you were asked to work with 100. What are you thinking an adequate budget would be if you also are responsible for job coaching and retention?
Yeah, so this is where I think, you know, the job placement and beyond piece comes in. So the retention piece is one thing that we're, you know, it manifests in different ways. So I think we were funded at about $4,900 per person a couple years ago before inflation. But I would say the ways that we help people with the immediate transition to work, whether it's helping to buy uniforms or some initial, you know, transportation costs, like if it has to go beyond Metro, I do think we should, you know, think about how to add more than that $5,000 cap based upon the demographics of the people that we're serving. So I think that sometimes we really get stuck on like a flat rate. But if we, depending on the population we're serving, I think there should be some weights added to the allocations.
Okay, you're saying that your office provides uniforms, transportation stipend,
You name it.
lunch?
I mean, you name it. And so like, does the city have opportunities for people to benefit from that? Absolutely. I think sometimes it comes in terms of like the timing of it all. So like if, you know, if it takes a month to get a childcare voucher, a job may not hold off for that long. So we just figure out how to, you know, support it. And, you know, just to.
So do you have a child care center at your
No,
establishment?
no, we don't, but we.
Would that be easier for you to do?
Oh, now that at some iteration of our work, maybe we could have a child care center. I mean, I'm open to that kind of a approach.
All
But
right.
you know, I guess my biggest thing is it's once they land a job, we can't just like cut them off. And a lot of times, I think the other supports that comes from other organizations or agencies are not in sync with like starting your new job within 2 weeks. And
All right, so let's talk a minute about that. I'm very curious. You're saying that of the 100, the 61% that have jobs, and you are to retain their jobs, they may need the additional supports to continue. Do you have you a protocol established as to how long the additional supports are needed? And do you have data that would inform us as to the results you get from these supports?
Yep. Certainly we are launching a data dashboard in the coming months, but I can give you some, and I'm all for data and accountability, but I do recognize, I'll give you two examples quickly. We had two of our program participants who became front desk clerks at two separate hotels. They both had a childcare challenge. One person did not seek out any career coaching support or anything like that. So, while they were dealing with the challenge, so they ended up losing that job, unfortunately. The other person at the other hotel, she reached out to us. So we were able to give her career coaching support 4 months later. And we talked to her about how you talk with your supervisor about your childcare, challenges or woes. And so she had that opportunity. And so she has been at that hotel now over a year. And she said after the conversation, her supervisor said, "Oh, okay, we'll just give you a common schedule. And if we ever need to change it, we'll ask you first." And so that sometimes is like an indication that career coaching, for example, might be a post-job placement support that isn't necessarily something that we are able to push and pay for, because if you have a current cohort, your case number loads might already be pretty tight. So I do think we've got to think about dollars for direct services they may need, like a uniform, but then there also may be some professional services that can actually help them groom. And if there is a timeline for when does the training wheels come off, I certainly hope we can answer some of those questions better in the near future.
All right, so Mr. Thompson, what is it that your shop can provide today for 100 job seekers who will need some, I think you say you do job readiness training as the initial step. What is it that you can provide? And accounting for inflation, what would it cost per person? Since you told us that 4,900 per person, doesn't get it.
Yeah, so we are, our services, we can do job placement, job readiness training. We are approved by the Higher Ed Commission, so we can do IT training. I would say we can do that entire suite. Where we are ramping up is with the employer engagement work. And so we're really working with employers on the front end so that we can identify the vacancies and then recruit our cohorts based upon what the job seekers want to hire for. But I would say that in terms of doing training, I think that, $5,000 per person may be enough. I would say if we're going to add those back-end supports, we probably need to think of $1,500 to $2,500 per person, depending on what their transition needs might be and when other benefits available in the city can kick in.
All right, well, I enjoyed talking with you to get an understanding. This budget that we have before us, I'm sure includes organizations like yours, but I just want to make sure that we have the appropriate dollars and cents as much as possible. So I appreciate hearing from you. And so your work is, you're telling us you can handle 100. I'm still worrying about this 1,000 in 10 years. That's like 100 a year. So
Well,
are you
it's
limiting
100.
yourself?
So it's 100 people in good and valuable jobs. So it's,
All right.
and there's also the variable of those who are facing systemic barriers to advancement. So everyone's not facing a systemic barrier to advancement. You see, so it's really about bringing on, I hate to use this term because people politicize it, but it's really about trying to bring a more equitable approach into the work that we do and really thinking about who are the people who have systemic challenges to advancement and how can we actually put enough supports around them so that they can actually move into a good and viable job and self-sufficiency.
All right. So I'm hearing that you've got 100 that have a great need and you focus on equity. And then you may have another 50 that see themselves otherwise.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to,
But we are our organization is growing, so I'm saying 100, that's what we've had in the past. We certainly probably have the capacity for 250 people per year. We are housed here at the National Press Building, and so we have some pretty big space and a faculty.
all right, and how long is your training or what you do? Do you work with the individual over 12 months or 10 months, or what is your model?
Yeah, so most of the programs are like 4 to 6 weeks at this moment, although some programs are 12 to 16 weeks. So that's like the core programming. Of course, you know, I would say our engagement with face-to-face with a lot of our program participants are definitely like over the course of a 12-month period of time. And then it's, you know, as needed outside of that.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, you've heard a little bit of our conversation. How do you fit in from the perspective of, do you do 100 residents over a 4 to 6 week period? And is your cost for training, job coaching and retention, placement and retention, is that about 5,000 per individual?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Bonds. So we serve both youth at DOES as well as adults. So cumulatively over the last year, we served approximately 325 young people and adults collectively. Some of them were middle school students through the Career Ready Academy. Some of them were adults in the Job Readiness Innovation Academy. And we also serve some individuals in corrections education, both pre and post release. So our population is a little different than Mr. Thompson in terms of who we service through DOES, but our per participant cost huddles closely to what Mr. Thompson said. So for us, we're probably around $5,100 per participant. But I believe that around $7,000 per participant would better assist with both the training, case management, other supplemental wraparound supports that are needed for participants to be successful. However, we also provide home health aid as well as certified nursing assistant, and those costs go a little higher because there are practicum requirements there, there is certification requirements there, and there are some background checks and just other built-in costs for the healthcare industry. So those costs would be a little higher, probably closer to the $10,000 threshold per participant.
And for your youth, is this the summer youth program or some other entity? You said 325 total adults and youth. How many are youth, and what is it that you offer them?
Okay, absolutely. So the Career Ready Academy focuses on young people between the ages of 9 and 12. And those young people are on a trajectory to learn about college and career readiness at an early age. So that during the summer. DOES first launched it last year, and this is the second year of that programming. Last year, there were 100 youth that we served, and this year it will be 40 youth that we will serve through that program. The Job Readiness Innovation Academy is targeted for individuals who are unemployed or underemployed, and we provide employability skills training over a 4-week period and connected those individuals to employment. They are still in our pipeline, and we are continuing to work with those individuals who have not been successfully connected to employment to get them connected to employment. Our Work Growth Industry MBSYP program serves 50 young people with work growth exposure in a classroom environment. And we will serve 50 young people through that program as well. Also during MBSYP, we have what's called the Literacy Gap Initiative, and this is to work with young people as well as adults who might have some literacy challenges. And what we do is we train MBSYEP older youth and or college students to serve as tutors over the summer for those young people who want to, and adults who may be working on their GED to increase their literacy skills. And then lastly is corrections education. We have provided courses both inside the DC jail, as well employability skills courses inside the DC jail, as well as post-release at the Ready Center when individuals are released. So cumulatively, all of those projects I described are 325 individuals, both youth and adults. And
All
I
right.
can,
And did
oh,
you provide us with written testimony?
I had made some last minute edits, council member, which I do apologize, but directly after this panel, I will submit it to your office and it will have these numbers in it as well.
Yes, the numbers are very important, and if you could please make sure it gives us some indication of what the cost is for the
Absolutely.
various training programs.
Okay, will do.
I fear that we may have to be close to, exacting this time because of our budget situation.
My understanding.
So I greatly appreciate hearing from you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, council member.
Miss Lee.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to ask you the same questions.
I'm ready.
All right. Okay, so how many, you said you have a program that trains 100 residents, primarily Ward 8 residents in hospitality. So what are your numbers as it relates to well, tell me first, what does that mean? Do you do job readiness and then you do jobs placement, job coaching, and of course, retention? And can you give me some idea of whether or not, let's say, the 100 go through all of these phases, or do you have, I'll say, drop off within those categories?
Absolutely. The 100 actually represents those who completed. So we served over 100 during fiscal year 23 and has now rolled over into fiscal year 24 so that we continue with the job placement component of it. But the 100 have gone through in-class training. They've completed a hospitality certification as guest service professionals, and they have also had very intense social supports. And what that can look like is what the gentleman mentioned earlier, and overcoming barriers to work, having them connected to resources so that their childcare needs are handled, so that their emotional wellness is handled, so their physical wellness is handled, so that transportation, which is a key reason why some of our residents aren't really connected to work, because transportation, particularly for the hospitality industry, can be a barrier when the metro ends at a certain time, but the work doesn't end until 2 a.m. in the morning. So what we have provided for those 100 residents included all of that. And I think a crucial part of what was mentioned a few moments ago is that career coaching. My team has developed now, using technology, an app that we're going to introduce so that career coaching continues beyond the 6-week training that we provide. So the 6-week training that has been funded by DOES can now extend through technology where they can tap into us as resources without us having physical spaces that we have to pay rent for and things like that.
All right. Tell me what that means, you say, where you will not have to pay rent. Are you describing a virtual business that you operate?
Yes, ma'am. It's an application that our graduates, if you will, can download, and that creates not only a social space where they remain connected with the peers in their learning cohorts, they can also tap into the leadership of our team when they are preparing for an interview, when they need to update their resume, when they just need some advice on how to navigate the spaces in these new corporate settings where they are, how to negotiate, like was stated earlier, schedules that fit their need for childcare, or negotiate different salaries, or even have a conversation that otherwise may have been punitive, but have a conversation about an incident on the job. They may tap into us through the app, get some quick advice, and then return to their workplace and use the coaching that we provide to get through maybe some conflict on the job.
All right. And what is your, what has been your costs in FY23 per individual if you worked that out?
Completely in line with what the gentleman said earlier. We were hovering around 5,000 a person for in-person training. And once we add this element of extension through career coaching, we're right around 7,500.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that
Absolutely.
information. I look forward to seeing your program in operation. The individuals that you are training, you mentioned in the hospitality, meaning hotel industry. Did you mention culinary arts as well?
I mentioned, yes, ma'am. So the lodging industry as a whole, so even beyond hotels, also considering Airbnb in that sector as well. The food and beverage sector is part of this industry, along with our entertainment and transportation. So we also tie in with the airlines, with Metro, the trains, Amtrak as host employers. We definitely, particularly with all of the buzz about is the arena moving or not, and thankfully it's not, developing stars that will fill the positions for our entertainment sector as well. So for the baseball, the basketball, our other arenas and performance centers and things like that, that's included as well.
All right. Is all of this information in your written testimony that we will receive?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that will be very helpful. I think it's so important for the public and for the government to have a clear understanding of who we are training and for what segment of the industry, and what are the results, the good results that we're getting. And that helps us, I believe, to be informed as to how many additional slots we need and how fast can we get this done. You mentioned some of the parts of the industry that we have to be very concerned with, where there is a tremendous need, and we just want to make sure that the information that we get from those who are doing the hard work, that we can respond to it appropriately. So
Yes,
thank you
ma'am.
very much. Thank you so much for your testimony.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Mhm. I want to thank the entire panel for, and we're ready to move to the next panel. And I see some are already available. All right, we are going to those that are, so thank you very much, sir, and we're going to move to the next panel. They are all on Zoom. Gabrielle Smith, public witness. Paul Weinstock, who is the CEO of Saving Our Next Generation. Clyde Clark, data analyst for Medic Road. Mary Cabariel, who is the Director of Career and Workforce Services at the Academy of Hope, the Adult Public Charter School. And Shahad Mohelen, who is the training coordinator for Young Women's Project. So we'll have all of our witnesses on Zoom. Thank you. I see our witnesses are all lined up, and we'll start with Ms. Smith. You're on first, and thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. So please
Okay.
proceed. Mhm.
Okay. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds and the rest of your colleagues on the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Thank you so kindly for allowing me the opportunity to testify to you today. My full written testimony will be forwarded to the committee immediately following this hearing. To begin, my name is Gabrielle Smith, and I'm the president of Royale Nationwide Ventures and the program director of Career Shop DC, a workforce development, job training, and more importantly, a job placement program here in the district. I'm also a member of the Coalition of Workforce Development Providers. We have received grant funding by the Department of Employment Services and have worked for the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, as well as the Division of State Initiatives last year. In addition, we're a workforce development community partner at the Ready Center. In mid-2023, we partnered with Dr. Unique Morris Hughes and the Division of State Initiatives, working mostly with returning citizens. Having now completed a workforce development cohort of 2 cohorts of a total of 60 participants, we feel that a crucial step in minimizing the wealth gap and ensuring public safety is to provide residents with steady, stable employment. Together with DOES's funding and programmatic support, we've helped overcome such barriers to employment as being technologically impaired and helping those suffering with severe mental health challenges. After receiving DOES's funding, we enrolled all participants in less than 2 weeks. Anticipation for our next cohort has spread through referrals and word of mouth. At last count, we had 203 residents on our waiting list, with more calls and emails coming in each day. The need for workforce programming is significant and the work is crucial. After intently listening to Mayor Bowser's budget testimony last week, I'd like to share that Career Shop DC's employment outcome of residents working is in fact a quote, move closer to the DC we want to see 5 years from now, unquote. In closing, I'd like to request funding in the budget to train at least 100 participants over several cohorts. This would allow us to provide job training and job placement services for at least half of the unemployed residents on our waiting list. Councilmember Bonds, I'd also like to echo your public testimony last week that in this post-COVID progression toward normalcy, it is important that DC residents have a meaningful life and the ability to contribute to the community, which happens through the workforce. Thank you again for allowing me this opportunity to testify to you today, and I'd be glad to take your questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move to our next witness, Mr. Weinstock.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
There you are.
Okay. Good morning, Councilman Anita Bonds and the other committee. My name is Paul Weinstock. I'm a returning citizen as well. I was sentenced to 2 life sentences in the federal system. I served 23 years. I came home in 2013. And I had a plan and an opportunity to change as many individuals as possible that I could, because I had time to think about my choice and decision that I made that caused me, my family, and others in society more harm than good. I'm the director of Saving Our Next Generation, which focuses on providing job opportunities and training for our youth and returning citizens and with the LGBTQ population and others. At the present time, I'm a restaurant owner, which I own His and Hers Restaurant, which we do customer service, entrepreneurship training. We also do a workforce development training as well. I also own an event planning space, which is called Fun It Up, which I housed the SYP program for the last 8 years there as well. Last year, during the summer, I had approximately 175 youth there. With the training cohort that I have with BOES now, I had approximately 75 individuals that came through my program, which we were able to hire approximately 67 of them. Also, I contract with Department of Small Local Business Development with the Clean Team. So I was able to hire a pretty much amount of those with the Clean Team. Also, I go into the detention center, which is DYRS, and work with those kids as well. I did run the Safe Passage 2 years ago when it first initiated. It was only 3 schools that had it, which was Anacostia, HD, Woodson, and Paul. I had that contract as well. That was through the WAN's office. Also, I'm a general contractor, which is Weinstock LLC. I'm a CBE, and I have been able to provide job opportunities for individuals in the community as well. And I think that the funding for DOES is very important because it gives individuals opportunity to get job opportunities and to cut down on crime. Also, with that being said, I partner with 2 mental health agencies. One is P&G Counseling, and then the other one is, what is the other one down here? I can't think of the name of it right now, but I also provide a wraparound service for those individuals because I see that that is something that's needed. Also, I ran into an issue with some of the employees as far as individuals that have kids or a child that finds daycare was a big issue in parenting. So with that being said, I think that if we could provide more services to actually accommodate these individuals in these areas, I think it would be very helpful and very successful. Also, I think that if DOES is awarded the money that's needed to actually help make this a success, that will be very appreciative, and it would actually help a lot of individuals in the city.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and I will have some questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Mr. Clyde Clark regarding he's a data analyst. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and respected members of the Executive Labor Committee. My name is Clyde Clark. I'm a resident of Ward 8, and I'm here today representing Medici Road. Medici Road is a local nonprofit organization that connects the dots between public health, housing, and education, all through a lens of racial equity. My role at Medici Road is to analyze, visualize, and present data that informs policy through an intersectional lens. According to the latest census data, there are approximately 87,000 individuals between the ages of 18 and 65 who are not in the labor force in Washington, D.C., which means that those individuals have either never worked or have not worked in the past 5 years. Among those individuals, an alarming 30% are young Washingtonians between the ages of 18 and 25, which corresponds to approximately 26,000 plus individuals. This gap in employment not only stifles individual growth, but also signals considerable untapped potential that could greatly enhance the city's fiscal health and resilience. Further analysis of census data also uncovers that 32% of the not in labor force youth ages 18 through 25 have some college education without degree completion, and 20% hold a high school diploma. This demographic, those between 18 and 25, are significantly overrepresented in low-wage sectors such as office, sales, and service industries, especially in Wards 7 and 8, who are disproportionately impacted by not being in the labor force. This shows that half of young adults who are not in the labor force have low educational attainment, and therefore restricts their ability to earn a livable wage. This engagement from the workforce equates to a loss of potential revenue in Washington, D.C. that could address the city's looming budgetary challenges. By reintegrating this demographic into the workforce, especially in sectors with high demand like construction, we can revitalize our budget through increased tax contributions. Specifically, transitioning 26,000 individuals into skills trades jobs, as highlighted by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, could generate approximately $260 million in payroll and income tax revenue, which is currently not being collected because these individuals are not in the labor force. Our recommendation is that we introduce comprehensive workforce and apprenticeship programs directly into high schools before individuals matriculate out to the point where they are no longer in the labor force, which typically happens at the high school level. Particularly, we need to target trades and technical skills that aligned with the in-demand jobs in the construction sector and beyond. Yet the budget for apprenticeship and training programs was cut approximately by $700,000. This budget needs to be increased significantly to get to these individuals before they exit the workforce. In the construction sector alone, we need to attract at least 500,000 new workers nationwide by 2024 to meet the demand. The potential to significantly boost the city's economy through increased tax revenue is clear. Instituting apprenticeship and training programs in high schools represents a pivotal investment in the future economic stable and growth of Washington, D.C. Doing so introduces the opportunity for vulnerable, not in the labor force population to enter the workforce before they leave. By proactively addressing youth unemployment through targeted workforce training, we program our residents to build fulfilling careers in high-demand sectors. We urge you to consider this critical investment in our city's future, leveraging the untapped potential of our youth to collectively prosper in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think our last, well, we have two more. All right. Now we will hear from Mary Cabrilli. Mary Cabrilli?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mary Cabriel, and I'm the Director of Career and Workforce Services at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Our mission is to facilitate transformative adult education and career training, providing direct pathways to economic mobility and community impact. AOH learners engage in skill building, pursue GED or NEDP diplomas, attain healthcare or IT certifications, and transition to post-secondary education. This year, AOH enrollment surged by 28%, and we anticipate reaching our 1,000 learner capacity next year, necessitating additional teacher hires. I'm here to express sincere gratitude to the Mayor, Council, the Workforce Investment Council, who last fiscal year provided transformational funding to us, and the Department of Employment Services for their continued investments in education and workforce development for DC residents. We appreciate the 12.4% increase in the UPSFF and full funding for adult serving schools as recommended in the 2024 adequacy study, which recommended funding at 1.3%. We also thank you for maintaining the Career Pathways Innovation Fund and the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program. The increase, coupled with funding from the Career Pathways Innovation Fund and the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy, will provide adult schools with the necessary resources to address the continuous needs of parents striving for a better life for themselves and their families. This additional funding will significantly contribute to our ability to meet the needs of adult learners and to provide competitive compensation to our industry expert teachers. For the last 6 years, AOH has received Career Pathways grants jointly funded by OSSI's Division of Adult and Family Education and the WIC. These grants are partially funded through the Career Pathways Innovation Fund and allow recipients to build and scale workforce training tracks in high-demand sectors. AOH has leveraged Career Pathways grants for comprehensive career training in IT and healthcare, addressing the needs of learners facing significant barriers to employment. Learners earn stackable credentials, bolstering their skills for competitive careers, and receive support for transportation through the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy and stipends. Despite the COVID-19 challenges, our programs have expanded to include IT fundamentals, A+ certification, and project management, with plans for medical billing and coding. Enrollment has doubled annually, with 200 current workforce learners and 100 more expected this fall. We're committed to scaling up to meet demand, and we proudly maintain the highest nursing aid licensing pass rate in DC, achieving an impressive success rate of 92%. I want to highlight the vital role of the Career Pathways Innovation Fund, the WIC, ALTS, and UPSFF in empowering learners to achieve their educational and career goals efficiently. These funds potentially are going to lead to a 43 to 47% increase in students achieving high-level credentials from SY23 to the school year 24. We strongly urge the council to uphold full funding of the UPSFF rate for adult schools, the Career Pathways Innovation Fund, and ALTS in the FY25 budget. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have Shahad Mohildin from the Young Women's Project. You're next.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We hear you now.
Perfect. Good morning, Chair Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Shahad Mohildin, and I'm a program coordinator for the Young Women's Project. YWP builds the leadership and power of DC youth so that they can transform institutions to expand rights and opportunities. Our youth leaders work on three fronts, so as organizers, where they're educating, engaging, and mobilizing their peers, and as advocates, where they'll be presenting testimony later on today. And as system rebuilders, so they're developing programs and creating new peer-led systems. We advocate from the bottom up with an eye towards implementation, and we only focus on DC public and charter high schools. YWP has built a citywide network of hundreds of youth educators and advocates in all wards and schools. Right now, YWP has 150 youth leaders on the ground in 22 DC public and charter schools. They're educating students, they're collecting data, connecting youth to services, and advocating for their peers. YWP programs engage a diverse group of students, mostly BIPOC youth and women from all wards, especially wards 4, 7, and 8. YWP engages youth through two programs. Our first program is the Youth Justice Campaign, which is part of our mental health campaign, which was launched to strengthen school-based mental health programming, connecting youth to services, reducing stigma, and expanding access to mental health education. Over the past 3 years, the mental health campaign has trained and employed over 300 peer educators who educated 12,000 youth and conducted 3 annual mental health surveys with more than 2,000 students. Our second program is the Youth Health Educator Program, which develops youth as sexual health advocates who work to reduce DC's unintended teenage pregnancy and STI rates through peer education, resource provision, and clinic referrals. My testimony today will focus on the DOES school year internship program created in the fiscal year of 2021 and currently providing part-time work to 1,000 youth who work for nonprofits and businesses for up to 8 hours a week at $10 an hour. YWP helped create this program and now has 100 youth enrolled as interns in our program. Our youth staff work every day to educate peers on sexual health and mental health, connecting youth to clinics and mental health services, distributing condoms, and collecting data and advocating for youth rights. Organizationally, YWP has benefited greatly from this program, which allows us to hire and pay twice as many youth staff as we could otherwise support. We're grateful for Councilmember Lisa Silverman for legislating this program into existence and the DOES staff, especially Makita Witter and Samuel Moore, for their commitment and accessibility for hard work. We are asking that the committee fully fund the DOES school year internship program, restoring the $221,000 in cuts so that way the program can reach 1,000 youth. There are 1,000 youth participating participants, including 100 from YWP who work $10 an hour for a maximum of 8 hours per year. As an organization, we've previously testified on the importance of the school year internship program, while also highlighting numerous challenges both are faced by our youth, particularly regarding certification and payment issues. We're pleased to report that these issues have been effectively addressed, resulting in much improved experience for our youth participants. Over the past years, significant improvements have been made to SYP, leading to a more enjoyable work experience from our youth, which you'll hear from later on today. Certifications and payment processing have become more streamlined and efficient, alleviating the previous frustrations and ensuring that our youth receive the support they need to thrive in their internships. The program's improvements, ranging from an online portal to an extended application deadline, has made it more accessible for our youth from all wards and schools to seek internships. This has resulted in 83 talented and motivated youth joining our organization. The updated online portal for SYP has contributed to a more rewarding experience for both youth participants and staff members, fostering a positive environment that encourages them to stay connected with our organization. One of the most notable enhancements of SYPs is improved matching program, which pairs youth with host sites aligned with their interests. This targeted approach allows us to engage with a diverse pool of 30 youth who we may not have reached through our traditional recruitment efforts. These youth are not only enthusiastic about their work, but they're also motivated to make meaningful contributions through their assigned projects. We commend the efforts made to enhance this program and look forward to the continued collaboration in empowering youth to achieve their full potential. So we have some recommendations to ensure that SYP continues to be a beneficial and impactful program. The first one is to restore those $221,000 in cuts, so that way we're asking the committee to restore this funding. Creating more slots will provide youth more meaningful opportunities and can contribute to their professional and personal development. This increased accessibility to the program will allow for a broader spectrum of youth to participate, regardless of their socioeconomic background or geographic locations. Another recommendation we have is to keep enrollment open so that way youth can intern throughout the year. Youth schedules, commitments, and priorities shift on a term-by-term basis, allowing host sites to replace youth interns who are not able to meet program requirements on an ongoing basis. So allowing youth recruitment to sign up at least twice during the school year, so once in September and once in January, will help to ensure that all available funded intern slots are fully utilized throughout the year. Even here at YWP, only 50% of our youth staff will remain the same commitment all year. Most youth need breaks for academic focus or to join mid-year or to end early. Rolling admission would allow host sites to fill their intern slots with the new year. Another recommendation is for a year-round career exploration opportunities. DOES can partner with schools to offer career exploration and networking opportunities during the school day or evening, where students can explore career industries and connect with professionals in youth-centered environments. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify about this important program. I'm available to answer any questions and serve as a resource to the committee.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Joy Bentley Phillips, who is the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at the Academy of Hope. Ms. Phillips, we see you. Happy to have you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the opportunity to testify today. As you said, my name is Joy Bentley Phillips. I'm the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and my 2 children attend DC schools. I'm here to express sincere gratitude to the Mayor, Council, Workforce Investment Council, and the Department of Employment Services for the continued investments in education and workforce development, and to share the profound impact that DOES's DSI has had on our efforts to build our capacity and helping more adult learners successfully transition into high-demand careers in college. We appreciate the 12.4% increase in the UPSFF and full funding for the adult serving schools as recommended in the 2024 adequacy study. We also thank you for maintaining the Career Pathways Innovation Fund and the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program. AOH partnered with DOES to formally launch our Hope Forward program, a partnership between the AOH Public Charter School and the AOH Foundation, and it's the first of its kind in the city for adult learners. Hope Forward is a 12-month graduate transition and job placement program that leverages a learn and earn model that aims to assist all AOH graduates from both our high school diploma and career pathways in achieving their career and college goals. Through a 12-week intensive, we supported 2 cohorts with weekly structured classes and online touchpoints that focused on next steps for AOH graduates to move into high-demand careers in college. I go into more detail about the program in my written testimony and welcome the opportunity to meet with you to talk more about our program and for you to see it in action. In the pilot cohort, we had 30 participants that completed this fall, with 75% of the participants securing new employment and 21% enrolling in college or vocational training right here in DC. Also, the employment roles were also in DC as well. One participant said, "Hope Forward has changed my goals about my future. They are more concrete and attainable now." We are currently in our 7th week of our second cohort and can already see the impact the program is having on our graduates' knowledge and confidence. Through the DOES partnership, we've been able to support 50% of our graduating class, but envision all AOH graduates moving through our Hope Forward program. With additional funding to DSI, we can expand this program to include more graduates. We recognize that this is a tight budget year, but asking council to remember that DOES's DSI needs its full funding to ensure that programs across the city like Hope Forward are preparing residents for the high demand careers that we have right here in the District of Columbia. Again, I want to end by saying thank you to the mayor, DC Council, and the entire city for continuing to prioritize education and workforce. We ask that council uphold full funding of the UPSFF rate for adult schools, the Career Pathways Innovation Fund, and the Adult Learner Transportation Subsidy in the FY25 budget, and also include full funding investments in DSI, which we know supports the economic prosperity and social well-being of our community. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, welcome the opportunity to meet with you to talk more about our program for you to see it in action. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We've been adding people as they've shown up on the, so let's pause for a minute and give us an opportunity to learn more about your programs. I want to start with Ms. Smith, Career Shop DC. I believe you indicated that you worked mostly with returning citizens, and about those are 60 individuals. Is that correct? And that's doing, is that FY23 or 24 currently?
That is FY23. We did receive funding for FY24 as well. That was for a much smaller number, but yes, we do work mostly with returning citizens.
And how many are you working with currently?
I've completed my second cohort already, and that was for 23 participants that ended in December of 2023. So I don't have funding anymore.
All right, so 23 individuals. And were these returning citizens or?
Mostly returning citizens. We did accept a few, but mostly returning citizens.
All right, and you have 203 on your waiting list, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right, and what is your average cost for one individual, and how long is that training, and do you do retention?
So last year we were funded in total at $5,300 per participant. Our first cohort, which went from August to the end of September, was for 8 weeks. And then the second cohort, we were cut down to 4 weeks. And yes, we do retention. That is, this was our rookie year doing the program. The first year that we've administered the program was in 2023. So my staff and I have still not figured out the balance, and we are still working with each one of the participants that we trained last year to this day.
All right, okay. I would be interested in seeing what your protocol is for moving forward.
That's what we haven't figured out. You know, it's a program that I'm sure most of my other colleagues can tell you. When your heart is involved and you passionately care about each one of your participants and you want to see them succeed, I just haven't figured out the balance to figure out where the cutoff is. So my phone is open. My entire staff's phone is available. We're all available to help post-training.
All right. I appreciate that. I think it's so important in today's economy that we those programs that are working, we want to make sure that we have some funding, adequate funding for sure, to get the results that we think we can get. So that's so important. Thank you very much. Mr. Weinstock, your program, your life journey in itself is very interesting, and to have you giving back, playing such a major role in society now, I am very curious. I doubt if I was able to copy down all of what you shared with us. So will we get your testimony in writing?
Yes, I will provide it for you in writing, and I would love to come down and meet you in person, and then we can further discuss other ideas and
Well,
our
that's fine. And we should definitely do that, because you're working with our young people, you're working with the adult population as well. And I would be very curious learning about not just job retention, but also how the work that you have engaged these individuals in is really making a difference, whether or not they like what they're doing, and are they good at it, and do they see themselves moving forward in our society. That's what I would be very interested in knowing about. I know that you do a lot of work with, I think you said 175 youth in the summer employment program. That was in 23. Am I correct?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And then you mentioned you had 75 youth and you hired 67. What, I kind of missed what that was about. Can you?
Well, that's the
explain?
adults too. That was through the program through DOES this year, 2023 and 2024 fiscal year, because we had the last cohort of hiring them. I was fortunate enough to be able to hire them, some of them through Department of Small Local Business Development with the Clean Team. I have approximately 57 employees with the Clean Team as well. So that partnership has allowed me to be able to provide that opportunity, and as well as me being a CBE general contractor. So
All
that
right.
has been a help, and a restaurant owner. So I've been able to hire them in those capacities as
All
well.
right. So DYRS, how many are you working with currently?
Well, in DYRS, what I do is I go inside and work with them at the facility. So I go to the one down in Laurel, and I go to the one right there off of West Virginia Avenue as well. So I go into the block, to the units to actually teach a curriculum, and then also actually let them, when they come out, I try to connect with as many of them as possible to provide them opportunities, because I think that that is very needed. And a lot of times, you know, we got to hear what they got to say as well. And I have learned that the more that I can hear what they got to say, it's, you know, it's been very helpful. And just showing them the love that a lot of them miss. And I could use prime example. My son was 2 years old when I left from the choice and decision that I made, which was wrong. And I came home. When I came home, he was 25. You know, it was a blessing that I had some family support to actually help him through, you know, his trials and tribulations. And right today, he's a school teacher. He was able to go to college, further his career in basketball, but then basketball didn't pan out. So he got into the educational department, and now he's a school teacher. So I think that a lot of times what happens is that if we can just, give them opportunities and hear what they got to say, it can be successful. And right now, I'm doing this new program, which is not being funded. It's called On the Block. And I've been able to get fresh foods from like Amazon and things of that nature with 2 other partners. And we have been able to provide like 2 weeks to a month of groceries. And then with that being said, I have the individual youth that's coming into my restaurant, which I feed them and have conversations of what do they think are some ways that we could stop the violence, the carjacking, and the violence that's taking place in our cities. So I've been very successful with them is hearing what is needed, but a lot of things, just to name a few, jobs is one, food is one, and parenting is one.
All right. And so I'm very interested in what you just shared with us. On the Block, you said it's a new program. Is it a program through DOES?
No, it's just something that I'm doing on my
You're
own
doing,
that I'm
I
paying
see.
out of my
Okay.
pocket and, providing, just trying to hear what they got to say and trying to work with them as much as possible to, provide them resources and keep them active. A lot of hands-on programs that I do have at one of my places, which is Fun It Up. So that's basically there for event planning, which I run a lot of programs through my facility there.
All right, Mr. Weinstock, I guess I'm very interested in understanding the number of clients, residents that have been referred to you, to your businesses for training, and how many have been able to, you have placed in a job, and how many have retained their job.
Okay, so I can say probably, and that's just a small number, like 250 in the last 2 years. I have been able to place at least maybe 185 to 193 in employment in different areas, from me having relationships with different business owners, and it's been very helpful. I also did a study when I was away, which it was called Wheels to Work. And then that was a program that was ran through another nonprofit. And it was an incentive program where, as though if they were hired, and it was a 2-part program where they, the small businesses would get some kind of tax breaks as far as hiring these individuals. And then if they would be on this initiative, this program for up to a year, then they would get incentives to actually a used vehicle, as far as getting them to work and things to that nature. So I think if we can create some kind of programs that have initiatives to and for them, I think that would be very helpful as well.
All right. And of the 185 that you have placed, do you have any data that would inform as to how many are still on the job?
I can get that data for you.
Okay.
I know it's been probably like maybe within the last year, 18 months, but I still have some data that I can provide with you as well.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Clark, thank you very much for your analysis. And I would like to follow up with you on that and see where we may have the gaps. We think we know, but you may be, as an analyst, you may have some additional insight. So certainly would like to talk with you about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shahad, thank you for your testimony. I didn't catch it all, but I do now have your written testimony, so we'll be able to look a little closer at the numbers. And I believe, Ms. Cabral, thank you. And of course, thank you, Ms. Phillips, you both, about the Academy of Hope. And I am assuming I will get your testimony in writing if we don't already have it. We need that. All right, to round out the record. And I believe that is comments with the current panel. We'll now move to our, I believe it's our third group. My team will tell me in a minute who we're moving to. All right. We have, all right, Mr. Courtney Grant, who is on Zoom, representing Carolina Canyon. All right, and looks like that's it. Mr. Grant, you're on. There you are. Thank you.
Hello, Councilwoman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, Councilwoman Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Courtney Grant, representing Carolina Canyon, and I'm glad to be back with you today. Please excuse my voice if it cracks, as I'm a bit under the weather and I won't be in front of you long today. Carolina Canyon is committed and a committed training provider located right here in Washington, D.C. Our mission is simple: to eradicate poverty and wealth gap by enhancing financial literacy, job readiness, and overall personal development within our community. At Carolina Canyon, we focus on vital areas such as education and training, financial literacy training, digital literacy training, trauma training, professional and personal development training. These types of services have never been more critical. Recent data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics highlights a troubling disparity in unemployment rates, mainly affecting Black or African-American communities, a national rate of 5.9% and an even more concerning 9.9% in Washington, D.C. This underscores the urgency of job readiness programs tailored to the unique challenges faced by our residents, whether it's returning or re-entering society or adapting to the digital demands of a modern workplace. Through our work with the Department of Employment Services, we have 2 current programs, a 20-participant cohort under the Division of States Initiatives, Project Empowerment. 6 individuals have secured full-time employment, 3 are in their final stages of interviewing, and 11 are actively applying. The second program is CRESP, Career Ready Early Scholars Program, with the Office of Youth Programs. We will be serving 40 youth aged 8 to 13 at Trinity University this summer. In this program, we will introduce the youth to industries and industry leaders that can become their mentors and potential future employers. This is our second year with this program. In year 1, we served 150 campers. Due to budget constraints and overwhelming interest, there is now a wait list of over 400 hopeful campers, which speaks to the community recognition of how valuable this program is. Carolina Canyon is ready to serve 150 residents and help ease the pressures of underemployment and unemployment. We respectfully request the Budgeting Committee's consideration in funding programs that address the immediate needs of our community. Employment is more than just a job. It's a pathway to creating safer environments, fostering a sense of belonging, and building a stronger community. Your support can help us continue to make differences in many lives. Thank you for considering our requests and for your ongoing commitment to the DC residents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. You mentioned that you currently are doing 20-person project employment program. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when does that end? Is that through FY24?
Yes, this program will actually end in September. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. And these 20 individuals, what's the average cost to do, I guess you're doing job readiness training, jobs placement? Is that part of your package?
Yes, so we
Okay.
do employment, employer engagement, training, job coaching, job placement, and retention. Right now, we're around $5,000. It's about $4,000 to $5,000 per participant to do the program properly. And I think if we were able to add maybe $1,500 to the back end of that for post support to sustain career coaching, depending on the individual needs, we could be even better at helping them maintain and retain their jobs.
All right. And so did you do this same work in FY23?
Yeah, this is our first year with this particular project.
First year,
Yeah, so
okay.
we haven't had a chance to look at, some of the data, but we do know that from the ones we do have currently placed, they'll continue to need support. There's a number of things that you can probably understand that come up when you haven't necessarily been a full-time employee before. Like we've had one participant had a parent pass, and so they'll give you a call, at a random time and say, hey, this is what happened. I think I'm going to leave my job, and just try to help them understand that this may not be the route to take, and let us help you work through that. These different situations and scenarios come up with different participants. And so that ongoing support is, I think, something they'll need to be successful in these markets.
All right. And so of the 40 youth that are part of the CREST program you mentioned that will be held at Trinity, is that this coming summertime, or is that something that is happened in FY23?
So FY23, we hosted 150 participants, and we were at Center City. This year, we will be hosting 40, and we'll be at Trinity. And that includes a weekly stipend. They'll get $125 gift cards. They'll have career exposure. We'll take them on field trips. They'll be bused to the field trips. That includes the travel cost, food, art, artificial intelligence. We introduced them to what the world could look like in the future, how AI works, and some many more things.
All right, so a nice enrichment program.
Absolutely. And it's also focused on career readiness. So that's one of the reasons we bring in industry leaders and give them opportunities to be exposed to people who they may not know that they have dentists who look like them or doctors. It's about adding value where you don't know you can be placed. So giving them some hope in different areas they didn't know they had access to.
And what's the duration of this program? Did you mention that?
It's actually 3 weeks, so it'll be a
3 weeks. Okay.
Yes.
And
Representation matters, so we're going to try to make sure they're represented there.
All right, and so you currently have, I think you mentioned a wait list of about 400?
Yeah, we have a wait list, overall wait list of 400 for the program. And just from my program last year, we had 150 students. The ones who didn't necessarily get in, there's probably about 75 who've emailed us in the past 2 weeks once the list came out who were accepted to see how they can get in, or maybe they got their name on the list a little too late. And it was the first 40 go to whichever camp was in line. So it's an overwhelming response for it.
All right, and how many personnel do you have that would work with the 40 youth, as an example?
So for instance, with the 40, we're looking to have somewhere between 8 to 10 personnel. And then we also have a contract, a working relationship with the Trinity University as a part of our contract with them for their security staff.
Okay.
This also has transportation from the Brooklyn Metro Station to the school as well.
Okay, nice. Okay. And so when you did the 150, approximately how many personnel did you need or utilize?
Well, over the span of that amount of time, we had maybe 20 to 22 staff. And that was also with the security staff at Center City, as well as, our overhead staff.
Okay.
We try to maintain something, a ratio for student to staff.
All right. When you mentioned Center City, tell me what that is. What's Center City?
So Center City is a public charter school, if I'm not mistaken. And it's
Okay.
located next to Noma.
Okay,
Metro Station.
all right. I just wanted to make sure I understood that we were talking about a location and not like, we talk Center City about economic development, so I just want to make sure that we're on point. Thank you so much for that.
No problem.
So currently, your arrangement with DC government is through DOES as a contractor. And this is the 20 individuals that are project empowerment in a program that scheduled to end at the end of the FY year, September 30th, 2020. Okay. All right. And you're anticipating these 40 youth. Is that okay? All right.
Yeah, we've already been in contact with them. We've spoken to the parents. They're starting to send their certification information, report cards. They are excited. It's a phenomenal program. Hopefully you can stop by and have a look. At some point, we have a number of things going on. So we'd love to have you, stop by.
All right. I appreciate that. Well, thank you very much for your information and for sharing with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. We do have one additional public witness, Ayana Federo, and I believe you're on Zoom.
Yes. Would you like me to turn my camera on, or is it fine if I don't?
You may turn your camera on if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, you're in school.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is this a good time for you? You're taking your lunchtime to talk with us?
Yes.
All
I
right.
gotta pass the exit class.
All right. Okay, we're ready. Go right ahead.
Hello, Chair Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ayana Federo. I'm a Ward 5 DC resident and a sophomore at School Without Walls High School. Currently, I work with the Young Women's Project as a youth advocate spreading mental health awareness. Young Women's Project is an organization that helps build leadership and power within DC youth so that we can transform policies and institutions to expand youth rights and opportunities. I've been working with Young Women's Project through the school year internship program since September of 2023 on the mental health team to expand access to mental health education in schools. And I'm here today to express my thoughts and concerns on the importance of early work experience for teenagers, the necessity of more year-round employment programming through DOES, as well as the need for higher pay. As teens who want to pursue different careers and jobs in our near futures, we don't have enough opportunities to gain first-hand working experience. As someone who's been working with DOES through the Marion Berry Summer Youth Employment Program since my freshman year, I've gained lots of valuable work experience and new connections. Through the school year, the summer the summer employment program, I've worked with the KBEC group and I learned a lot of new skills such as managing my finances, tips for entrepreneurship, and even lessons on cosmetology. During my time in the program, I met and engaged with new people while being paid, which was a rewarding experience. In addition, my current internship with the Young Women's Project through the school year internship program has been a great experience. I've learned about different mental health issues, learned about sexual health, and engaged in thoughtful conversations with fellow peers from different schools. However, due to us only being able to work 4 hours a week, we don't make nearly as much as students in the program who work a maximum of 8 hours a week. Although it's a fun and engaging experience, it still feels that our hard work goes unnoticed. At my school, it's mandatory to participate in an internship during our junior year as well. Yet, because I have a late birthday, I encounter difficulties in securing one, as my applications require applicants to be 16 before a certain date, and I strongly believe that students age 14 and older should be able to have the opportunity to participate in internships and other employment programs regardless of their birthday. Many students, myself included, want to get a job so that they can learn financial responsibility and gain insight for jobs that they may later want to get. However, other students and friends have expressed that their experience has been anything but that. I've related with many of my peers about unfair wages for youth as well as a lack of job opportunities year-round. Plenty of students want the chance to get a job, but slots are either limited, there's a lot of paperwork that students don't have assistance with, or transportation issues prevent them from accessing available job opportunities. For solutions, I have a few recommendations. Firstly, I suggest that DOES implement more year-round employment programs. Secondly, there should be an increase in minimum wage. And thirdly, assist students with the application process. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And now we'll let you go back to your classes and of course your lunch. I just had one question. You mentioned that the wages they're not equitable in your opinion.
Yes.
It's because of the age of 14 and 15-year-olds earn less than the 16-year-olds?
Yes, but during the summer, I don't think that's really an issue. My main issue with the wages is during the school year internship program, because for Young Women's Project specifically, we can't work a certain amount of hours. Like we don't get the opportunity to work 8 hours a week. I don't think it's really an issue with the summer youth employment program because you can work during the summer, like you have more opportunities to get more hours. So I think it's mainly with the school year internship program that the wages are unfair.
And so the during the school year, what are your hours? When do you work?
We work on specific days. So on Mondays, we work from like after school, so from 4:30 to 6:30, and then on Wednesdays we do virtual calls like Zoom calls from for an hour. So we only get a maximum of 4 hours a week, and we get paid $10 an hour. So yeah.
So it sounds like, okay, 4:30 to 6:30 is the time frame when you would be working, correct?
Yes.
All right. Don't you think you need at least 1 or 2 days for homework? Or do you do? Is homework still something we do?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right,
Especially at
okay.
my school, homework can be a burden, but I think that with like us trying to practice and get jobs, I think it would be more beneficial if we had more hours, like access to more hours. Because with other like programs, like the school year internship program does offer like you can get 8 hours, but it's specifically with Young Women's Project that the maximum is 4.
I see. Okay, now I understand. All right. Well, I thank you very, very much and look forward to visiting you at the school one day.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I understand we have not even on my list. Okay. We have Miss Tiffany Montgomery, public witness. And I believe this is our absolute last public witness on DOES. And so, Miss Montgomery, we're going to signed off. All right, well, that kind of exhausts our public witnesses for DOES. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we will be back to begin with our government witnesses. And are you here? Okay. All right. We'll be back with our government witnesses we'll be back at 12. How about that? All right. So we'll take a quick recess. I gotta get to my script. Okay. Heard from Employment Services. Things stuck together. That's, and I was wondering. It's so good. It's- We are back for the budget hearing as it relates to DOES public only. And now we will hear from we'll learn more about the Workforce Investment Council, which is, or WIC, is a private sector-led board responsible for advising the district government on the development, implementation, and continuous improvement of an integrated and effective workforce investment system. The WIC serves as both the state and local workforce investment board for the District of Columbia, which are federally required that the district's expenditures of U.S. labor funds are to ensure that the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOBA, are spent appropriately. The WIC is responsible for the district's four-year plan, Unified State Plan, for workforce development and plays an important role in the coordination of programs and services with other district agencies. I believe at this point, there are at least 17 agencies within the district government that expend funds for jobs or workforce training and placement. The WIC also works more broadly to ensure that all the district's workforce investments, both federal and local, are part of a comprehensive and coordinated system supporting district residents and businesses. And additionally, the WIC engages in various local and federal fund programs and initiatives, including Skilled DC and career pathways to provide work opportunities to residents of the district. And today, I want to give the public the opportunity to learn about how the WIC is supporting our community and helping to improve our workforce system. And with that, I will now swear in Director Drew Hubbard and staff. If you will raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, you may begin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, committee members, and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I am Drew Hubbard, Executive Director of the Workforce Investment Council. Happy to be joined at the table by Portia Bates, who is the WIC's Resource Allocation Officer. So she knows the nitty-gritty of these dollars that we want to make sure that we are working collaboratively to make sure that they're getting to where they need to go on behalf of district residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the portions of Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 25 budget that pertain to the WIC. As discussed in previous hearings before the committee, the WIC's main function, and you ably relayed most of this, but I'll just repeat it for the record. Our main functions revolve around overseeing implementation of the District of Columbia strategic four-year plan for provision of services under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and providing advice on development, implementation, and continuous improvement of an integrated and effective workforce investment system. Several ARPA-funded initiatives that concluded at the close of FY23 played a vital role in enhancing the WIC's ability to serve the district and its recovery efforts as the pandemic subsided. As these activities concluded in FY24, and as reflected in the FY25 proposed budget, we have shifted our attention to 5 key priorities moving forward related to oversight of the district workforce system. Priorities include enhancing accessibility and continuous system improvements, integrating a comprehensive workforce development system, providing system coordination and transparency, ensuring a high level of accountability to create a high-performance, inclusive workforce ecosystem based on data-driven decisions, and providing effective leadership and stronger partnerships through innovative initiatives. As the committee is aware, the WIC's budget is embedded in and is reflected as a program in the budget of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Additionally, the WIC has historically received operating dollars annually in the form of Federal Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act funds via MOU from the Department of Employment Services. As proposed, the FY25 budget will support the WIC's current authorized personal services levels, and current staff realignment and the active recruitment of vacant positions are focused on the WIC's increased system coordination and oversight focuses. The WIC also plans to continue the following activities. The Healthcare Intermediary Partnership. The DC Hospital Association Intermediary Partnership serves as a pivotal bridge that connects businesses, training providers, and job seekers, ensuring that the workforce is well-equipped to meet the demands of this critical portion of the job market. The partnership is an example of the crucial role that sector partnerships play in aligning industry needs with workforce development. One of the primary functions of the DC Hospital Association Intermediary Partnership is to facilitate industry-specific collaborations, and also by bringing together healthcare facilities, educational institutions, and prospective healthcare professionals. This partnership fosters an environment where essential skills are honed and tailored to the unique requirements of the healthcare sector. This ensures that the healthcare workforce is not only prepared, but excels in their roles, providing the high-quality care that the community relies on. The strategies developed within the partnership are instrumental in addressing labor market gaps. In the ever-evolving healthcare industry, staying attuned to specific skills and competencies that are in demand is vital. The DC Hospital Association Intermediary Partnership constantly assesses these needs and tailors training programs to fill those gaps. By doing so, this partnership not only meets the immediate requirements of healthcare facilities, but also contributes to the long-term economic growth by ensuring a skilled and adaptable healthcare workforce. In FY25, the DC Healthcare Workforce Partnership will continue its charge of being an industry-driven, community-supported, sector-based alliance consisting of businesses from the health sector. Healthcare employers continue to lead this work by defining the agenda and driving it forward. Since its inception, the partnership has grown to over 50 members, including 21 employers, and will be issuing the 4th annual Healthcare Occupations Report this year that will not only activate the strategic recommendations within the last report, but will also serve as a model to establish a best practice to create advisory boards for the district's top 5 high-demand sectors to employment, education, and training opportunities. The proposed funding in FY25 is $200,000. The Healthcare Intermediary Occupational Grants, it's a small distinction, is kind of an offshoot of this work. But the WIC launched an apprenticeship program in October to support a direct earn and learn program. The WIC has designated DCHA, again, the Hospital Association, as a grantee to support multiple sub-grants for this initiative. The targeted occupations for the apprenticeship program include pharmacy technician, certified nursing assistant, certified medical assistant, and other apprentice eligible positions with an anticipated participation of 30 individuals. This was going back to beginning in FY22, the program focused on occupational skills training for direct certification over a 16-week period. The proposed funding in FY25 is $237,000, $923. Lastly, and this is an initiative we've talked about in the past in discussion with the committee, but My Journey DC, as you know, is a free platform that's utilized by both job seekers and professionals that provide free access to information, programs, and resources to assist DC residents' pursuit of career and educational goals. Those services embodied in the system include job seeker services. The participant portal helps residents create an employment goal along with the steps for achieving their goals. This includes assistance with resume development, labor market information, career pathways information, access to one of the nation's largest job boards, which is Indeed.com, and self-referrals to trainings and other supportive and wraparound services. Additionally, professional services or a community catalog are embedded in the platform. And the community catalog currently offers over 200 programs, resources, and services for job seekers seeking assistance with education and employment needs. Professional who is working with a resident, and this is a workforce professional, may use My Journey DC to refer their customers to services for which they are not able to offer, and oftentimes provide wraparound and supportive services for those district residents. And lastly, the professional services or service tracker. My Journey DC offers a free case management tool that allows for smaller agencies or organizations to track customer progress in one location. It allows for report development, to review trends, and track program effectiveness. I'm watching some of the interaction and questions you had with some of the service providers who testified earlier. This is the type of tool that they could use to really not only help themselves with tracking what they're doing in their programs, but we have access to that information to really see where our dollars are going on behalf of district residents. So what we are really working towards now is getting the word out that this tool is available, not only to our agency partners, but also to service providers. So again, and kind of the real opportunity for expansion is for some of those smaller providers that may not have a platform that is as dynamic as this to help track outcomes. So the proposed funding in FY25 to continue that system is $447,000. In FY25, the WIC will continue to strive to ensure accountability and drive meaningful outcomes. As we forge ahead, the WIC will continue to foster strong partnerships across all agencies, bridging the gap between employers and the workforce to build a stronger, more vibrant economy through one workforce system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the proposed FY25 budget for the DC Workforce Investment Council. I'm happy to address any questions you may have as we move forward with this important work.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. I want to start with your budget, which is greatly reduced from previous years. You're down to $885,000 for programs. And I believe you're also down with personnel. Am I correct? What is your FTE number now?
13.
13, okay.
And that stays flat.
13 stays flat, and I think you have 4 vacancies. Are you planning on filling those?
So we have 2 offers that we're currently looking to bring folks on. The 3rd position we are about to do final interviews for, and I have a 4th vacancy, which I will probably repurpose to do more of the oversight function, but we'll start recruiting on that within the next month.
Okay, all right. So you do plan on carrying the 13?
Yes.
Okay, and the 885,000 along with your personnel costs, what is the proposed budget for your function?
So we are at just local funds, just over 1.9 million. And then as I mentioned, and as you were aware in the testimony, our typical annual MOU with DOES is at 1.5 million. We're at about just under 3.5 million.
Okay.
And when you see the change in the book itself, that really relates to, and I think some of the witnesses earlier talked about this, but over the years, we've had local funding. I think the committee years ago put this into the budget to send money to OIG for the Career Pathways Training Grants Program. That is sunsetted, and that amounts to $1 million, roughly half of which was regular local dollars, and the other half had been funded through ARPA dollars. The local dollars, instead of coming to our budget for transfer, are now budgeted directly to OIG.
All right. And so the numbers we're talking about today are your FY25 proposed budget numbers?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and that's the 885,000 for programming and the approximate 3 million for,
Little less. It's a
little less than 3
3.5
million.
total.
Yeah, 3.5 total.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. And I guess the big question is, how are you going to use this money? But I don't want to ask it quite like that. I want to hear a little bit about where the organization has been and where you are now in FY24. And so I have a copy of what was initially submitted to our budget questions. And just want to make sure that I understand that. Let's talk about the Career Coach DC, which was a very strong program in 2023 and 2022. That's the data that I have, where you enrolled. It was a mayoral initiative, and there were enrolled 3,204 individuals, and 1,249 completed the program. And as a result, 226 were employed. And so why such low numbers? Because I think the public is anticipating, if we do stand-up programs where you heard this morning about the training dollars, where we're spending, let's say, $5,000 or $6,000, maybe, well, at least $5,000 per trainee. And you heard about, at least a few hundred examples. And in this case, we're saying we had 3,204, and we actually completed the program. So we know we spent that amount of money on at least 1,249. But then the outcome is that you actually only have 226. What is it that we need to do different?
Well, and just generally, and we've had this conversation before, this was an ARPA funded program. And as you know, that money has started to sunset, is already sunset for our purposes and programs. But it was very instructive in really standing this program up. I think the WIC learned kind of what it takes to really add to this part of the workforce investment conversation. You've heard other witnesses, other organizations talking about they have career coaches. It's a function that's needed. What we can do different is actually making sure, as we engage folks who undertake this function, that they are steeped in our system. Looking back at how this particular program performed, I think it was one of those instances where, as a response to the pandemic, we wanted to stand up programs quickly to try to get resources out the door on behalf of district residents. But kind of the after action is really where we learned that some of the folks that were engaged were good kind of on the front end, helping navigate on the surface some of our programs, but they weren't as steeped in kind of next steps with helping residents really look at effectively using all of the offered programs of the system. So as we look forward, it's making sure that we are putting workforce professionals in these roles that can help folks access all of the programming that will help them engage employment opportunities.
So am I hearing that you're proposing that in order to get a better outcome, and the outcome for our purposes is DC residents in jobs and hopefully retained in the jobs, is that we have to focus on those organizations that we partner with through contracts and grants to provide the necessary training and recruitment and the whole ball of wax. Is that
Absolutely.
what I'm hearing? Okay.
And that's across the system. So that's from our employment agency on down to the dozen plus other agencies you mentioned that offer workforce services. One of the initiatives that we will be continuing on expanding is a kind of train the trainer. So the workforce professionals, especially some of the smaller agencies, get technical assistance to help identify all of the areas where we have resources for district residents so that there's a more even knowledge amongst the agencies of where to have residents look and help them get wraparound services and even the kind of coaching and career placement activities that need to go along with these training opportunities. But as you couched it, it's right. It's a more comprehensive look at not just having a group stop at doing job readiness. It's got to be tied to the next step or together with occupational skills training, and that occupational skills training has to be tied to job opportunities at the end. And that needs wraparound services and career placement that are wrapped up in those contracts.
I'm just wondering, are we also beginning to think about how we recruit? In other words, it sounds like we need to, if we want to have success in these programs and these expenditures, we need to focus on individuals that can partake of the job readiness training that we have. I think this morning we heard a little bit about maybe literacy issues as a start point. Individuals perhaps not even recognizing what it takes in order for their household to actually have an individual who might be working or beginning working, the need for childcare to arrange that transportation, even lunch, I think in one instance it was mentioned. So, Mr. Hubbard, how can we prepare those who are not working or have not worked for, let's say, I think one of the data said the last 5 years, how can we prepare those individuals for just the general work world, irrespective of what industry they're being prepared for? What is the basic steps that we need to follow?
So it's really creating a through line whenever we're trying to put residents on that path to work. The job readiness is important, but not in a vacuum. So as an example, with the healthcare partnership, the different entities at that table are adult charter schools, are training providers, are institutions like some, as well as the folks that do the occupational skills training and the employers. So we all have to be creating this through line in one conversation, in one voice. So that as someone enters the system, they're getting the full menu of resources to get them ready to take advantage of the jobs we know, because the employers are already at the table. And the employers can help from the kind of the outset of the conversation by noting our industry looks for this type of candidate with these type of soft skills, educational attainment, et cetera, so that we are tailoring it to, how they can fit into that particular sector.
All right, so what do we look for, or what should we be looking for when we talk about job readiness?
So it's kind of the baseline things you talked about, the literacy and numeracy. We got to make sure that folks have that level of just being able to interact in a business setting through their educational attainment. But it can't be a barrier either. One of the things we did as the WIC over the last couple of years were trainings around making sure that employers didn't get all the way hung up on a degree or credential, but they could hire based on the holistic look at that person. So looking at their life experience, work experience, as opposed to just do they have a degree or not. And I think part of it revolves around kind of really having an honest assessment of what people's skills are, where they need a little help with looking at resume prep, interview prep, just simple things about what a day in the life looks like. Making sure that we have financial literacy built into this job readiness, looking at helping them think through issues related to childcare. We want to knock down as many of these barriers on the front end so that as they get into opportunities, they can not only get into a job, but keep the job and retain it.
Okay, and so as we move from, have you through the council decided on a time frame for the job readiness training? I think we heard 3 weeks, we heard 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Is it weeks or is it months or is it ongoing? I just don't know.
So I think it typically should be weeks if we're talking about just the job readiness portion. But again, it should be tied to what's next in that evolution of someone getting to that employment opportunity. That being said, I think one of the sections you'll see in the workforce plan, in the state plan, is a notion that we need to look at standardizing some of these processes, and not just at our employment agency, but across the different agencies that apply these funds. So we should have some standard of what job readiness is, and it can't just be, entity X got a contract at this agency and it's wildly different from a counterpart at another agency. So that's part of the technical assistance that, we're helping, we're already doing it, some of our agency partners, and how they're writing their procurements.
All right. So do you want to quickly preview what the strategic plan contains? I'm sure there was some information that speaks to standardizing the process.
Sure. One second, I think I have a printout. I did come prepared.
Mr. Hubbard, I know you were once a Boy Scout, so I know you're prepared.
I don't want to steal the board's thunder, and as a member, you all are going to take this up later this week, but let me talk in terms of kind of the higher level goals, and it'll get to what we're
Yes,
talking about.
yes, that's important.
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
So it is by no mistake that the first goal that we have put out is to enhance training opportunities, ensure quality for residents and students. I've heard you talk about that a lot today. We've talked about it. We can't just put dollars out without knowing what the outcomes are, measuring what residents get with engaging with these job trainers, with whatever parts of the system they're in, and that making sure that, as these dollars go out for occupational skills training, that there's a job at the end that they can look forward to. One of the hallmarks of this notion of one workforce system is that residents should have choice in where they get their training. So we need to have, just like we need to make sure that our schools across the city are quality, all of our training providers should have a minimum standard of quality when it comes to the training that we offer, that we pay for on behalf of district residents. So that's the number one goal I want to see us tackle over this next 4-year plan.
So are you putting emphasis on a student being a resident who is in jobs training, having choice? Is that what you're thinking? Or are you putting emphasis on having a standardized system in place?
Yes. So I think the emphasis is on, number one, expanding the pool of quality job providers This goes with the notion of streamlining our eligible training provider list process. So not only do we get more, not just for the sake of having more entities that offer training, but that we are doing the deep dive to make sure that the offerings are quality and that as they go through these programs, that they're getting what they signed up for.
All right, and so how are we going to relate that goal to the reality of the marketplace and what meeting those needs?
So that's one of our charges, is to make sure as we look at labor market information, we know what the top jobs are in the city, and we also can crosswalk that with the training offerings that are provided. And where we don't have quality offerings, we need to fill those gaps immediately. So as we continue to look at our labor market data, we need to be funding the training on the other side of that equation also. This ties in also to, we've engaged with our agency partners that will be receiving the federal infrastructure money in the different pots. Those large slugs of dollars are coming soon. And I'm happy to say that we are engaged with the Department of the Environment, with OCTO, with all of the infrastructure partners who are willing partners in making sure that the workforce activities that are called out in those funds are coordinated with the workforce system.
Would you put on the record the 3 pots of money, types of occupational services that they could yield to fill the gap?
From the infrastructure money, you're just talking about generally?
We have talked a little bit about in the past about, federal huge pots of federal dollars that are coming in, including the infrastructure. You just also mentioned the environment. So I'm just wondering, are we clear as to what are the pots?
Sure.
There are 3. And what are the kinds of occupations that could be affected by it? I think that's important if we are saying that the WIC, the council, is going to be focused on matching matching the money to the jobs market that can relate to the hiring of DC residents.
Yep, got you. So these are the big federal pots we've heard about, and made their way through Congress over the last couple of years. So one is the Inflation Reduction Act, the BEAD, or the Broadband Connectivity and Clean Air bill, and I'm missing the third. The third is the kind of the broader Infrastructure Act, if I remember. But each of those, and this is where the coordination is important. The Federal Department of Labor has really called on us to really get with our local partners as those dollars come down, because they're coming down from different federal agencies or from Treasury directly. And they're not always fully at the table. They were there to kind of make sure that there was some call out in these fundings that talked about workforce as a benefit of these dollars coming to our jurisdiction. But they really are encouraging us to make sure that we are at the table as the dollars come down, to make sure that, a DDOT who is expert at, the built space taps into what we do, what DOES does, the other parts of the workforce system, to really look at being intentional about the workforce portion that can be supported by those dollars also.
So how do you see the WIC operating, the council operating? Because, you mentioned transportation. It's not always thought of as a workforce priority or a goal. We've heard today a lot about hospitality, much more so, and then health, education. The young people are doing that. And I think one of the charter schools indicates that they lead in certification of nurses. But those are the ones that we've sort of heard about today.
I mean, I think we need to make sure we're considering every job sector in this city. The ones you mentioned are important. We're engaged with healthcare, IT, professional services, but then also those other parts of the sector that might be more of the trades, that might lend itself to an apprenticeship opportunity to become a electrician or a carpenter, or some of these larger public works projects. And what excites me is if you're looking at something like our bridge replacements or really updating our infrastructure, you provide real hands-on opportunities for district residents to get that training in a real-world setting through an apprenticeship or other on-the-job earn while you learn opportunities also.
Okay, then my big question is, how do we prepare the district residents for these jobs? The ones that we know are, I'll say intermediate, will be available this year. And then those that will be available in 6 months to a year. Is that also a role that the council will play?
I think absolutely.
But if you could kind of describe what you see, I know that you don't want to go too much in depth as it relates to the strategic plan, but I think it's important, this is the date that they gave me for my hearing with you, not May, when you will have your plan filed with US Labor. So give us some sense of what we really think we can accomplish through this strategic plan.
I don't know, we might have been simpatico because I think that leads to the second goal in the plan. So the second goal in the plan, and again, we kind of put these in a logical order, is to increase the talent pool available to businesses by developing targeted training programs and partnerships that directly align with industry needs, and fostering a skilled workforce ready to fill employment opportunities and contribute to economic growth. So to unpack that a little bit is, if I simplify it a little bit, it's making sure that what we do pay for in training is directly linked to the jobs that are out there, and that it's informed by industry as we develop those training curriculums, that we're not wasting anybody's time or resources.
All right. So strategic plans go past narrative, the verbiage. They go to numbers and goals. And so what should we anticipate to be the goal in, let's say, the construction industry? Is it growing in the city? Should we be, the building trade, should they be increasing their numbers of apprenticeship, which is 3 to 5 years before you, but it nevertheless is employment.
It's employment
while you are trained.
Absolutely.
Are we talking about the healthcare? I mean, I've heard that the healthcare industry will in the next 3 months have maybe already 1,000 positions that need to be filled. And so how are you working with that industry to identify trainers or contractors or partners with DOES and some of the other agencies that are going to prepare people to fill those slots?
Well, at least, in the intermediary sense, I get tongue-tied on that word sometimes. That relationship and that group has matured over the last several years. So again, it's led by many of the employers in the healthcare sector, looking at both the allied health employment opportunities, but then also, they need finance people in their institutions. They need building managers. So we're kind of looking holistically around hospitals, primary care offers, our clinics. I think you saw in the budget release dollars that Whitman Walker will use to open a new high-tech training facility in Ward 8. So it's things like that where we know the jobs are, doing dedicated training to make sure folks are aligned with those opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
If I might, before you go on, there's two more
All right,
large
sure,
goals.
please.
One of the other things I've pushed on the staff side to really emphasize in this plan is targeting populations and equity. If we are not very clear about who the underserved folks are in the district and what we want to do to really make sure those folks are getting a fair shot at this economic opportunity, then we have not been targeted enough. We have not been deliberate enough. So I'm particularly, this is my first call out every time because the data on this is so striking to me. African-American women need more opportunities in the city to get into the workforce and stay in the workforce. But it's making sure that we're looking at that level about Black women in some of the underserved areas of this city having direct programming targeted for them, making sure returning citizens have the options that they need to look at. When we're looking at, all of the different populations that have the barriers that we've known about for years, that we need to do a better job of calling that out and doing dedicated programming for them.
I appreciate hearing about African American women because the data shows that of all the programming done across the country, women benefit, but not African American women as a category, less than 2%. So
absolutely, and then I'll wrap up this part just with the last two goals. These are a little bit more in the weeds, but you've heard me talk about this notion of one workforce system. So this is just the larger idea we've been talking about, that we need to standardize our processes across every agency that provides dollars for these opportunities. And there should never be any cold handoffs between agencies. If one agency doesn't do a particular function, they should be able to pick up the phone, jump on Teams and have that resident hooked up with that wraparound service or what they need without missing a beat. It's something that is a call out in this cycle's state plan, that we strive to have one workforce system, and that it's an ongoing thing. We just the two of us have talked about this probably for years about bringing down silos, but in tangible ways, making sure that we are training the frontline staff to know everything that happens in the system and kind of pushing up from there so that there's a full understanding of what's offered in the system. And then lastly, one of the things that I know we've talked about at the board itself, the board meetings, is telling the district story. So that data that we are bringing in, both the successes and the opportunities, we need to tell that story. We need to do a better job of letting our residents know where opportunities exist to both enter and kind of matriculate through our workforce system. Just like a lot of other important parts of this government, we have a lot of resources. We have more resources and programs that are targeted to some of these district residents than other jurisdictions even offer. A lot of jurisdictions run their workforce system particularly on federal funds, and that's it. But like a lot of other things in this city, we put a lot of local resources into these opportunities also. It's just making sure that we are being deliberate about making sure residents know where those opportunities are and they can access them easily.
I appreciate hearing all of this. And I guess my big question is, you indicated you have your staff of 13. I want to ask you today how your division of labor matches up, or even what's the scheduling for your division of labor. But it does seem that if you are functioning, I see your office functioning as the coordinating point, as well as having the say as to whether or not we're meeting our marks. So I see it as a very serious effort on behalf of, our workforce environment. And as such, of course, I wish you well, but I also have my concerns. And there are other parts of the whole workforce arena that we haven't and will not have an opportunity to talk about today. Things like, first source that affects, the contracting, as an example. But I think they too deserve those kinds of compliance provisions, deserve attention if we're going to have a successful workforce, process here in the district. I'm glad we're putting attention on it, because when you look at the numbers and nationwide and then our numbers locally, particularly in some segments of our population, and when I think about the director of DOES has made it clear that in the district, we have 1.9 jobs for every district resident. We have about 700,000 residents. So that should tell us. But when we talk about the last report in a 2 FY year 22 through 23, what is it, 3,400 went through a training program and 1,249 completed it, and then 226 in the workforce. We not only must we do better, but we have to do better, and it's not even better. I mean, we haven't even scratched the surface.
Right.
And are we serious about it as we think about how we move the community forward? We're actually saying that the majority of the residents of the district will be left behind. That's what we're really saying. When you look at the data that shows those who are employed through the CFO's data, it shows a good, I think it's almost 300,000 that are employed, 200,000, something like that. And their salaries are going up. I'm sorry, 180,000. Salaries going up. Trying to remember the numbers. Couldn't flip in the card file fast enough. But that's who we really are.
If I can just piggyback on what you're saying, related to the WIO estate plan itself, I talked about the goals and what you've already seen in your role as a board member. There are targets and objectives that flesh out all those goals of actually how we get action items towards these goals. So I'm not interested in this being academic plan that sits on a shelf. This is going to be a living action document, which is going to set our framework. But the real proof is going to be after we get the approval of the Department of Labor is actually executing the plan. And process-wise, and for the public listening, this plan covers the next 4-year period. We are required to do an update in 2 years. So a lot of what's built into here is setting some benchmarks that help us measure how well we've done in 2 years. And then we'll measure another 2 years. If we need to make adjustments, we will. If we need to get more aggressive, which we probably will be, but we will have proved out some of the aims and some of the targets and objectives that we put in this plan that we will report out at the midway point. But this is going to be an action document.
All right. And so the database, do you have a new database in the Deputy Mayor for Education office? Is that where it's located, or is it located, the plan that it be located in DOES?
The plan itself is for the whole system. So, we're charged federally with developing it with input from the different parts of the system. It includes DOES. It includes our other name partners like the Job Corps, other agencies that are doing this work, but we are developing this plan on behalf of the whole system.
All right, and I recall last year it was about $10 million that we had in the budget for such a, all right, and so I don't think we've begun the development yet, or we're at pre-phase one where we're collecting information. Are you
Meaning
familiar?
the new database?
Yes.
We're involved with really getting that up and running as input. I'm going to sit on the newly created board that's going to govern that work. So we're really at the beginning stages of really getting it going.
All right. Okay. I don't guess we could get too much additional juice from your your data at this time. And I think we're all clear. I did want to, I think that's, yeah, I think. Thank you very much. Oh, I want to ask you, do you feel that your mission is adequately funded so that you can achieve all that you think you're going to achieve in the coming FY year and as you complete FY24?
I believe so. With the local dollars we have, as we've talked about, with the federal dollars that we get through MOU from DOES, I've had, as early as this morning, conversations with Director Morris Hughes about even getting more dollars as needed from the federal pot. So we are talking about really maximizing those federal dollars where we can help and be eyes on the system and help look at their programming. And she is on board with that.
I'm glad to hear that. I was curious as to how do we as various agencies draw down on the US labor dollars that happen to come in the door through DOES as the conduit. I want to make sure that, those funds go where they're needed so that we can achieve these objectives. Too long, we have the money and the objectives have not matched. I think today's budget tells us that we must match in order to get the results that we need. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you.
Thank you too, Ms. Bates, for being with us. We'll take 2 minutes and we'll set up for our next DC, important DC agency, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. All right, we have a public witness, I understand, for the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. It's Tiffany Montgomery. Ms. Montgomery, are you on with us? Okay, great. Ms. Montgomery, we see you. All right, now you're on. Okay, we're prepared to take your testimony, ma'am. We can't hear you. If you can see me. We cannot hear you, so. Miss Montgomery, we still cannot hear you, and I doubt if you can hear me, but I'm trying. You can hear me. All right. Okay. We cannot hear you. So it's on your side. Where you see the sound symbol, maybe there's a red line through it. You've got to figure out how to get the red line off. No sound yet. Okay. All right. We'll take your audio testimony. That's fine. Right. Yeah, we tried to tell her that. Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and hear from Backfield? All right. Okay, great. We are going to move forward with today's hearing, and I want to thank the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability officers for being here. As you well know, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, commonly referred to as BEGA, investigates alleged ethics law violations by district government employees and public officials. And BEGA also provides binding ethics advice and conducts mandatory training on the DC government's code of conduct. BEGA is comprised of two distinct offices, the Office of Open Government and the Office of Government Ethics. The Office of Open Government ensures compliance with the district's Open Meetings Act, which requires that all public bodies gather to consider, conduct, or advise on public business, take all official action during public meetings, and provide proper notice and detailed records of their meetings. The Open Government's body also renders formal and informal advice to public bodies seeking guidance on compliance with the provisions of the DC Open Meetings Act and conducts training and outreach on the procedural requirements of the act. In addition to enforcement of the Open Meetings Act, the OOG, as is commonly referred to, advocates for fair and effective and efficient DC Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA processing. The Office of Government Ethics, which investigates allegations of ethical misconduct concerning district government employees and officials. This office has authority over the district government's workforce of 34,000 employees, including ethics oversight of the mayor and the council. The office serves as the district's ethics prosecutor and is empowered to bring enforcement proceedings before the 5-member Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, or the board, which in turn can levy civil penalties, including substantial monetary fines up to $5,000 per violation, or 3 times the amount of any unlawful gift or contribution. This office, commonly referred to as the OGE, is also responsible for providing binding ethics advice and training to district employees, oversight of lobbyist registration and activities, and compliance with financial disclosure statements, filings, requirements by high-level employees and elected officials. And so we do not have our public witness before us. She comes and goes, and so we're going to please move forward and hear from our government witnesses who are assembled before us. And thank you all very much for being here. We're going to hear from Board Chairman Norman Hutchinson, and then the Director of the Office of Open Government, the OOG, Nicole Allen, and the Director of the Office of Government Ethics, the OGE, Ashley Cooks. And so now I'll swear you all in. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements made before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, thank you. And you may begin when you're ready. I'm not sure who's on first, but
I'm on first.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Good
Ms.
afternoon,
Hutchinson.
Chairperson Barnes. I am Norma Hutchison, Chairperson of the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, also known as BEGA, or the board, which oversees the Office of Government Ethics, OGE, and the Office of Open Government, OOG. I am pleased to be here to discuss BEGA's budget needs for fiscal year 2025. With me today are OGE Director Ashley Cooks and OOG Director Nicole Allen. BEGA plays a unique role among district agencies. We are responsible for promoting an ethical, transparent, and open district government. Our office of 25 employees oversees the code of conduct for all district executive and legislative branch employees, administers the financial disclosure and lobbyist registration and reporting programs, advises on the Freedom of Information Act, and oversees compliance with the Open Meetings Act for the district's public bodies. Without additional funding, the proposed FY 2025 budget will impact BEGA's ability to provide services to district employees, public bodies, and residents. In November 2023, BEGA moved into a new leased facility at 1030 15th Street Northwest. Now that BEGA is no longer operating in a district building, we are incurring additional expenses for information technology services through the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. These technological expenses, along with the cost increase for human resources, services, and step increases and cost of living adjustments for BEGA's employees, will result in BEGA not having sufficient funding for mission-critical systems and training for staff. We have requested an increase in the agency's non-personnel services fund to allow BEGA to maintain existing levels of service. Without this enhancement, BEGA will not have sufficient funding to continue to fully operate some of its programs. BEGA is also requesting another attorney to allow the Office of Open Government to expand its enforcement of the Open Meetings Act, or OMA. An additional attorney would allow OOG to cover more public bodies meetings, and support BEGA's mission to promote an open and transparent district government. Consistent with this mission, as outlined in our pre-hearing responses and detailed in our annual best practices report, BEGA is recommending amending the OMA to provide enhanced enforcement by increasing the maximum fine for violations of the OMA from $250 for a pattern and practice of willful violations to $1,000 per violation, and permitting the court to award costs and fees of litigation. Our last enhancement request is for 2 auditors to support BEGA's financial disclosure program, which covers over 8,000 district employees and public officials. An additional audit staff will allow BEGA to conduct the required annual audit of all financial disclosure reports filed with the agency. BEGA's auditors also support the agency's efforts to collect outstanding debts, as well as administer its lobbyist registration and reporting program. With respect to the lobbying program, BEGA is recommending several substantive changes that include: number 1, increasing the registration fee for for-profit entities from $250 to $350, increasing registration for nonprofit entities from $50 to $100, and third, increasing the fines for late registration and reporting for lobbyists from $10 per day and a maximum of $300 to $100 per day, up to $5,000. These changes will promote increased transparency and align the district's lobbying programs with the best practices in other jurisdictions, as well as raise additional funds to support operation of the program. We respectfully request that the committee consider providing the additional funding that BEGA will require to support its mission to promote a more open and ethical district government. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to hear from Ms. Cooks and Ms. Allen for sure.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I am Nicole Allen, Director of Open Government, and I lead the Office of Open Government, or the OOG. The OOG is an office within BEGA that enforces the Open Meetings Act, which I will refer to as the OMA, and provides guidance on the implementation of the District of Columbia Freedom of Information Act, which I will refer to as FOIA. I am here today to discuss the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability's budget needs for OOG during FY25. As public servants, whether we hold the highest office or are a new employee, our responsibility is to use the taxpayers' dollars to sustain this community and make it better. The public's trust in the government's ability and willingness to execute our duties in a manner that respects their role as the ultimate stakeholder undergirds the idea of government transparency and accountability. When the public's reasonable expectations of their government's functions and behaviors are not met, this agency is expected to provide some resolution and relief. That is why BEGA was created. I respectfully request that the committee craft the FY25 budget to provide sufficient funds to ensure that OOG can meet the needs of the district government and the public, respecting government transparency. The district government's financial commitment to OOG's budget reflects its overall commitment to maintaining an open and transparent government. The proposed FY25 budget must be improved to better reflect a commitment to open government. Furthermore, legislative changes are necessary to ensure government transparency, most importantly, the adoption of meaningful enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance with open meetings laws. I will begin my testimony by discussing the necessary legislative changes that must be made to secure transparency. I'll first discuss the district's need to have a meaningful enforcement of the OMA, and second, I will briefly discuss the need to create and fund a commission to revise and modernize the district's open government laws. The agency's need to revise the OMA to provide meaningful enforcement mechanisms was reported to the Council by BEGA's board in the BEGA FY23 Best Practices Report. I will review what we advised as support for the legislative change I am requesting today. To enforce the Open Meetings Act, the Office of Open Government is authorized to bring a lawsuit in the Superior Court of the District of Columbia to petition the court to grant injunctive or declaratory relief either before or after the meeting. The statute also provides that the court may impose a civil fine of not more than $250 for each violation upon a finding that a member of a public body engages in a pattern or practice of willfully participating in one or more closed meetings in violation of the Open Meetings Act. A review of the monetary penalties for violation of state open meetings law indicate that the district's maximum $250 civil penalty for violations of the Open Meetings Act is on the lower end of civil penalties authorized in other jurisdictions for comparable violations. In comparison to neighboring states, the district's $250 civil penalty, which is available only after a judicial finding of pattern and practice of violation of the OMA, is significantly lower than the penalties available in our neighboring jurisdictions, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia. Violation of Maryland's Open Meetings Act for public bodies that willfully meet in violation of the act are subject to a civil penalty of up to $250 for the first violation and $1,000 for subsequent violations within 3 years of the initial violation. In Virginia, a court could impose a civil penalty of not less than $500 and up to $2,000 against an officer, employee, or member of a public body for willfully and knowingly violating the state open meeting law. There is also a penalty for additional violations of at least $2,000 and up to $5,000. In West Virginia, willfully and knowingly violating the provisions of the West Virginia Open Meetings Law can result in a civil penalty of up to $500 for the initial violation and an additional $100 to $1,000 for subsequent violations. Only a handful of states do not include a civil penalty for either the public body or the individuals associated with the public bodies for violations of open meeting laws, although injunctive or other relief may be available in those states. They are Alaska, Colorado, Delaware, New York, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. 17 states allow for civil penalties up to $500. Those states are Arkansas, Florida, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska, New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Texas, Vermont, and Wisconsin. Wyoming has a $750 civil penalty for knowing or intentionally violating the state's open meetings laws. The remaining 23 states allow for penalties of $1,000 or more for either the initial or subsequent violations of their respective open meetings laws. I will also note that some states have criminal penalties for violating open meetings laws that includes fines and imprisonment. As you can glean from the assessment of the enforcement of open meetings laws nationwide, the current state of the Office of Open Government's ability to sue a public body and recover monetary fines for OMA violations is insufficient given the enforcement methods in other states. Our laws are only a mild deterrent for OMA violations. A change in the district's open meetings law is required because under existing law, the monetary penalty for OMA violation is limited in 3 critical ways. First, it is limited to the civil fine of not more than $250, which has not been updated since former Councilmember Che proposed it in 2010. Second, that fine only applies to improper closure, not advance notice or record-keeping violations. And third, the court must find a pattern or practice of improper closures, implying that OOG cannot seek a fine unless it has waited and observed multiple, if not several, violations taking place in order to establish the evidence of pattern or practice. For the OMA to work early, effectively, and comprehensively to enable OOG to continue to ensure full access to the affairs of the district government, the maximum fine available must be increased and its applicability broadened to cover any violation of the OMA if serious or deliberate enough to warrant a fine. I am proposing that the council amend the enforcement provisions of the OMA in the following ways to provide sufficient enforcement that is in line with other jurisdictions. Increase the maximum fine from $250 to $1,000, broaden the applicability of the fine from covering only improperly closed meetings to covering all requirements of the OMA, change the standard of intent for judgments of fines under the OMA from pattern or practice of willfully participating in improper closure to willfully and knowingly violating the OMA, and authorize the awards of cost of litigation, including attorney's fees. I am requesting that the council include the legislation to effect this change in the FY25 Budget Support Act, as it is necessary for OOG to effectively enforce the OMA. I have provided draft legislation for the committee's consideration. Next, I'll briefly discuss the need for legislation to create a commission to modernize the district's transparency laws. During BEGA's FY23 performance hearing, the DC Open Government Coalition requested that the committee support legislation to create an Information Technology and Transparency Commission comprised of executive and legislative branch representatives and outside experts in record management and security, public engagement technology, and transparency. I am requesting again, as I did in my FY24 budget testimony, that the committee create and fund this commission and make it a reality by enacting the DC Open Government Coalition's proposed legislation. I will now discuss BEGA's budget needs for FY25 respecting OOG. BEGA was not provided with adequate resources for OOG when it was funded and created, when it was created in fiscal year 2013. Despite financial challenges since that time, OOG staffing levels and resources have increased, but has never reached the baseline staff required to adequately provide training and advisory services to FOIA officers, boards and commissions, government employees, and the public on the OMA and FOIA. However, without sufficient resources, OOG has still increased its training capacity and the courses offered to FOIA officers and administrative points of contacts for boards and commissions. We have provided live webinars, online webinars via our website, and stood up a training portal. Investments in OOG's budget have paid dividends of more transparency in government, but there is much more that could be done. The proposed FY25 budget includes cuts to OOG's already insufficient budget. If adjustments need to be made district-wide due to shortfalls, it should not come at the expense of government transparency. In fact, OOG's mission is more critical now to ensure the public receives information about government operations. With the FY25 budget that was provided for BEGA, cuts to the agency's non-personnel fund will eliminate OOG's ability to provide its training portal, which has become a valuable resource for on-demand training on the Open Meetings Act and parliamentary procedure. BEGA requested enhancements to its non-personnel services budget to make up for this budget cut that will negatively impact OOG's already lean budget. Without this funding, OOG will not have the capacity to provide this on-demand training. OIG's non-personnel budget should be restored to at least the FY24 level, which was still insufficient, but allowed us to operate at our current level. BEGA has a great need to replenish its non-personnel services fund in order for OIG to perform its mission and provide training, among other things. Due to increases in the agency's overall budget for personnel, the difference was made up by cutting BEGA's program budget. As the agency is historically underfunded, this was particularly devastating for OIG. BEGA also needs to enhance its budget respecting OIG to provide sufficient oversight and training to educational public bodies, which include local school advisory teams and public charter school boards of trustees. An additional full-time attorney position is required to adequately provide oversight and training to these entities and their staff. BEGA requested a budget enhancement of $110,000 to fund an additional full-time attorney for OIG. Here is why the request is important. OIG has a niche practice area that is of great interest to the public. The addition of new talent to OIG will have an immediate positive impact on public bodies that serve the needs of our public and charter school community. We hope that you will consider providing BEGA with the funds to ensure OIG's continued success and operation. In summary, the council must revise the Open Meetings Act to provide for meaningful enforcement of it in the manner suggested in our proposed legislation. This should be part of the FY25 Budget Support Act. The council should also enact and fund the DC Open Government Coalition's legislation to create an Open Government Commission to recommend other necessary reforms to the district government's transparency laws. The funds provided in BEGA's FY25 budget proposal are insufficient for BEGA to fulfill its statutory mission. BEGA requires that OIG receive the requested budget enhancements in order for our office to continue to provide its services to the public and to the government. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the fiscal year 25 budget. I am happy to answer any questions you or the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, got some lifting to do. Okay. Now we'll hear from Ms. Cooks.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the public, and council staff. I'm Ashley Cooks, the Director of the Office of Government Ethics, OGE, which is one of two offices that is overseen by the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, also known as BEGA. I'm pleased to discuss the budget needs of both OGE and BEGA for fiscal year 2025. OGE is responsible for administering and enforcing the District of Columbia's Code of Conduct, which are a set of regulations and statutes that constitute the district's ethics rules. More specifically, OGE investigates and adjudicates alleged violations of the Code of Conduct, provides ethics advice and guidance to district employees and public officials, regularly provides ethics trainings, issues rules and regulations governing the ethical conduct of employees, manages and oversees the financial disclosure filing requirements for district employees and officials, oversees lobbyist registration and activity reporting, and provides for the anonymous and confidential receipt of information related to ethics rules violation and other information with regard to the administration and enforcement of the ethics rules. This past year, OGE continued to fulfill its statutory obligations. In FY25 to present, OGE has provided ethics advice for 175 informal requests and conducted 43 training presentations. OGE has received 91 complaints and is actively investigating 35 cases. In FY23, OGE successfully administered the 2022 financial disclosure filing season by managing the submission of 4,226 public filers and 3,439 confidential filers. In addition, OGE received 543 lobbyist registrations and 1,736 activity reports for calendar year 2023, and 407 lobbyist registrations and 457 activity reports for calendar year 2024 to date. In my testimony today, I will address the agency's budget enhancement request and propose legislative recommendations that will improve the agency's revenue and compliance with the ethics laws. First, I'd like to take this time to thank the mayor and her staff for providing a proposed budget despite the fiscal constraints that the district is facing. While I appreciate the mayor's efforts, the proposed budget does not include any of BEGA's requested budget enhancements, which will assist the agency in fulfilling its statutory obligations. I'll start with BEGA's enhancement request for $160,000 to replenish its non-personnel services fund. BEGA was not provided with adequate services to service the district government and the public when it was created in FY13. Since its creation, BEGA's operation and staff have grown from 3 to 6 employees to 25 employees. Due to step increases in employee salaries, previous cost of living adjustments, and increasing information technology and human resources services and other expenses, BEGA's non-personnel services fund has reduced, which if not corrected will result in loss of mission-critical systems and trainings for staff. As an independent agency, BEGA faces additional costs that subordinate agencies are not assessed. BEGA uses the non-personal services fund to provide employee trainings, pay for existing contracts for online training databases, purchase support services such as process servers and maintaining information technology and human resources services provided by the Office of the Chief Technology Officer and the Human Resources Department, respectively. BEGA's attorneys and investigators require specialized trainings to continue the agency's mission of administering and enforcing the Code of Conduct, as well as maintaining compliance with government transparency laws. An increase in NPS funds will allow the agency to exercise different training opportunities for employees. This enhancement request is extremely important so that BEGA can continue to receive services under existing contracts for its case management system, ethics learning management system, and parliamentary procedure database, which are currently received through option contracts with respective vendors. Finally, this enhancement is necessary for BEGA to continue receiving office support, which includes subpoena services for investigations and equipment and machinery. This enhancement will enable the agency to achieve its statutory responsibility. The district government needs an independent agency to administer and enforce the Code of Conduct and ensure compliance with the open government and transparency laws. Without an ethics agency, the district faces harm to its reputation and integrity. By providing the necessary funding for BEGA's operating budget, this enhancement will allow BEGA to continue providing effective service to the district government and citizens. Next, I'll discuss OGE's budget enhancement request to hire additional audit staff. BEGA administers the district's financial disclosure program by collecting financial disclosure statements for over 8,000 employees and public officials. Pursuant to DC Official Code Sections 1-1162.24 and 1-1162.25, public officials and certain government employees must file a financial disclosure statement as a means of transparency and to prevent engaging in conduct that violates the Financial Conflicts of Interest statute. BEGA is required to conduct an annual auditing of all financial reports filed with the agency. BEGA requires additional audit staff to fulfill this statutory obligation. BEGA's mission includes ensuring that employees and public officials abide by the ethics rules and refrain from engaging in conduct that impairs the district government's integrity. Per the Ethics Act, certain public officials and employees are required to make annual financial disclosures as a means to avoid financial conflicts of interest, outside employment violations, and engaging in other types of unethical conduct. Those employees must disclose information concerning their finances and their spouse's finances, such as stocks, securities, real estate, outside employment and activities, gifts, and professional licenses. BEGA administers the collection of public and confidential financial disclosure statements, and the public statements are available on our website. BEGA is responsible for auditing each financial disclosure statement to ensure that employees are not engaging in conduct that financially benefits any entity or person that they are affiliated with, such as awarding a contract to their outside employer or their spouse's employer. When BEGA was created in 2012, it was not adequately staffed with employees to fulfill the agency's mission. BEGA currently has one auditor, which is a full-time employee that is funded using special purposes revenue. However, that one auditor cannot audit all 8,000 financial disclosure statements that the agency receives. OGE has requested funding to hire 2 additional auditors, which will allow the agency to meet its statutory responsibility. Currently, BEGA cannot comply with its Enabling Act, which is contradictive of the council's intent when the Ethics Act was drafted. Lastly, I'll address OGE's legislative proposal. As part of the FY25 Budget Support Act, OGE has recommended an amendment to the Ethics Act that would increase the lobbying registration fees and fines. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 1-1162.27A, a person who receives compensation or expends funds in an amount of $250 or more in any 3 consecutive calendar month period for lobbying shall register with the Director of Government Ethics and pay the required registration fee. The registration fee for lobbyists is $250 for profit entities and $50 for nonprofit entities. According to DC Official Code Section 1-1162.30, each registrant shall file a quarterly report concerning the registrant's lobbying activities during the previous quarter. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 1-1162.32C, any person who files a report or registration form in an untimely manner shall be assessed a civil penalty of $10 per day up to 30 days, which amounts to a total fine of $300. BEGA's lobbying fees and fines are lower than those assessed in other jurisdictions. BEGA is proposing an amendment to these sections of the Ethics Act to increase the lobbyist registration fees and fines. The proposed legislation will make the district's lobbying registration fees and penalties consistent with other jurisdictions. BEGA's fees and late filing penalties for lobbyists are on the lower end of the spectrum compared to other jurisdictions. For example, in Chicago, Illinois, the registration fee is $350 and $75 per client, and the fine for filing a late registration or activity report is $1,000 per day and suspension of the lobbyist registration. In addition, Chicago laws provides that a person who employs a lobbyist but who fails to file a registration may be subject to a fine up to $20,000. The Maryland State Ethics Commission has the authority to impose a fine up to $1,000 for a late registration or reporting. The Kentucky Ethics Commission requires legislative lobbyists to pay a registration fee of $250 and executive lobbyists to pay a registration fee of $500, and a penalty for filing a late registration or failing to renew a registration is $100 per day up to $1,000. The Georgia State Ethics Commission may assess a fee of $275 for each late activity report, with an additional fee of $1,000 on the 7th or 15th day that the report is late, increasing to a late fee of $10,000. The New York State Ethics Commission can issue a civil penalty of up to $25,000 or 3 times the amount the lobbyist failed to report properly. The state of Virginia issues late filing fees of $100 per day starting from the 11th day until the statement is filed. There are several other ethics commissions that impose higher penalties than BEGA for late filings. The proposed legislation will increase the number of timely lobbyist filings and deter compliance with our laws. Therefore, OGE is proposing to increase the district's lobbying registration fees from $250 to $350 for profit entities and from $50 to $100 for non-for-profit entities, and to increase the late filing fine from $10 per day, $300 maximum, to $100 per day up to $5,000. In closing, I respectfully ask that the committee consider BEGA's budget enhancement requests and legislative proposals. This concludes my testimony. I thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you all very much for your testimony, and it sounds very thorough. I was not anticipating that you were interested in additional personnel, but let's talk about it as the need may be. And my number one question was to tell me more about your budget needs for FY25, and your testimony pretty adequate covers that, I'm going to presume. You mentioned that the proposed 25 budget does not allow you to meet your statutory mandate of auditing employee financial disclosures. You're currently saddled with 8,000 disclosures you must do. Do you have data that substantiates how long it takes to complete that task, and any information that would inform as to how many disclosure forms can be reviewed, let's say in a week?
Sure. So the financial disclosure statement filing period begins around April 1st of each year. And at that time, each agency designates employees that are either a public filer or a confidential filer. We receive those lists, notice goes out to those employees, and then they must file their statements by May 15th. After that May 15th filing deadline, there is usually a 30-day filing grace period. So after that June 16th filing deadline is when our auditor begins her process of collecting data and actually viewing those statements and coming up with a plan and an audit. Because we only have one auditor at this time, she's only able to do a sample set of the 8,000 forms. And usually she is done with her audit by the fall. So we do have some auditing going on of those statements, but again, our statute requires that we audit all of the statements, which we have not been able to do because we don't have the personnel to do so.
That's very interesting. And I say that because I was just mind boggled at 8,000 done on an annual basis by one person. So this gives me some understanding of what it takes to get the work done. When you mentioned that she does a sample set, what is the sample set number each year? Or does it vary?
It varies per year, and it actually varies based on what we receive from different agencies. So we get recommendations from agencies based on several employees engaging in outside employment, or if there's another ethics issue. So what she will do is go and view those statements that have been flagged by agencies. And if it's something, say for example, if it's an outside employment issue, she will review the statement, she'll do some investigating, and come back with a report that actually talks about the issue, talks about the employee's outside job, and then we would have an investigative team to look into the matter even further.
All right. So the way in which we're operating today, is that best practice? That is where the sample set is done and the review is done, as you indicated, of those that have been flagged as problem concerns?
Yes, it's best practice based on the amount of staff that we have. Yes, it is.
Okay, so we should not anticipate that with 8 or 9,000 financial disclosures would be reviewed on an annual basis by a staff team in your shop.
That is the goal, to have a sufficient staff to review all 8,000 on an annual basis.
Okay. And you indicated that doing the sample set, the auditor, it takes 6 months almost? You said it's completed usually in the fall?
Correct. It takes a few months from the final June deadline until the fall for her to complete that.
All right. It's just going to take me a minute because you all presented a lot of information. I was ready for one or two questions about each category, but I see we may have more that we need to cover. In Ms. Cooks, looking at your you give us a scenario, Chicago, Kentucky, Maryland, and what have you, and you settled on making a recommendation that you would like to, as it relates to lobbyists, you want to increase their, let's see, filings, the registration fee to $350 for a profit and for a nonprofit to 100. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if there is late filing, the fine would be $300 maximum, or at least start with $100 a day. That would go to 5,000 maximum. Is that correct?
The fine is currently $10 per day with a
Mhm.
maximum of $300.
Okay.
As it is now in the Ethics Act, but we want to increase it to $100 per day with a maximum of $5,000.
Okay. And so you also mentioned overall, I think Ms. Norma mentioned that the goal is to increase the fines and that the fines remain within the agency to help pay the cost of various things that tend to continue to occur, because you're indicating that BEGA was never set up to, probably never set up to last this long, to be very honest. Given how the legislation became law. So is it your testimony that you would like all of the remittance to stay in the bucket of BEGA?
So within our enabling statute, we have an ethics fund as well as an OMA fund. And it states that the legislation states that fees and fines collected due to the operation of the agency are to be deposited into that non-lapsing fund. So yes.
You know, I think the idea of increasing the fines probably makes sense, makes us a more modern, government. But you and I know that when fines are increased, they tend to find themselves in other kinds of buckets. So I just want to be clear as to your anticipation, so that if I'm going to be helpful, that I know what I'm helping with. So,
Understood.
okay, all right. I appreciate that. I believe you also indicated, oh, I wanted to ask about the I want to ask about the work of your office, the government ethics. You indicated that you want to make sure that BEGA continues to do the work that it's currently underway. Case management system. You want to have, and then you mention your ethics learning management system and parliamentary procedure database. What is case management? How do you do case management?
So as you know, one of our divisions is an investigative division where we investigate alleged violations of the code of conduct. Our case management system is the actual database that we use to manage the complaints and the investigations that we conduct. So right now we have, our case management system is, it has been created and it's hosted by a vendor that we paid through an option contract. And what that system does is it tracks complaints that we receive. It tracks the information that we get related to those complaints, the evidence, and it basically tracks the complaint from investigation all the way until a disposition. So that is our case management system.
All right, and the ethics learning management system, what is that?
That is our online database where we provide on-demand trainings to district employees and public officials. It contains actual training courses, training materials, and videos. It's available via our website. And all employees have to do is go to our website. They can self-register using their district government email address and take any training, any ethics training course that they would like to take. It's available, it's on demand. It provides employees with training whenever they need it. So it's basically our online on-demand training system.
So do you have numbers that can inform us as to the number of trainings or the number of individuals that took part of training in FY23?
I don't have the number with me, but I can provide it.
Okay. Do you have numbers that say about the current FY year 24?
Yes, we can pull that
Okay.
information from the system.
All right. So can I get that kind of information? In fact, can I get numbers for your case management system? How many cases have been under investigation? How many went into the, I guess, case management system? And then also for your parliamentary procedure database. In other words, trying to understand the volume of usage of these systems as we're thinking about the justification for the enhancements.
And is that just FY23?
I think 23 and then 24 to date. Also, the utilization of the subpoena services would be another area. And you mentioned that there is proposed legislation. I don't see it here. So perhaps we'll get that.
I'll make sure to resend it. I thought it was in the end of,
Yeah.
okay. I'll make sure you have it, council member.
Okay. Okay, all right. We don't have what it is. We just have what they made a copy of and gave to me. So sorry.
And I'll send the lobbyist amendment as well.
Yes, please. Thank you. Also, you're proposing, I believe it's Ms. Allen, you proposed a committee. Am I correct?
Yes, I
Okay,
mentioned it a
yes, I
couple
see it
fiscal
here.
years ago.
Okay. To create an open government commission.
Yes.
All right.
We are,
That's what the legislation will speak to?
yes, actually, the DC Open Government Coalition, they submitted the actual legislation in FY23. I can resend that to you so you'll have it. But they wanted to bring, and I do as well, there's multiple stakeholders in the open government world, so to speak, to make these recommendations to modernize our open meetings, FOIA, records keeping rules that we have and laws that we have in DC. So we thought if you brought everyone together, who kind of, because we all have a different piece of it, but if you brought us all together along with the community and other experts that we could get together and create something and make some recommendations that would be beneficial to the district overall.
All right, when we talk about open government, do you have numbers that would tell us in FY23 and then, of course, in FY24, what were the number of meetings that we think the government convened and how many were there where there were complaints, I guess, about the process?
Yes, we can forward to you our complaint data that we received. Now, the number of meetings overall in the district, we can kind of give you an estimate, but we don't track the overall meetings, just the ones that we monitor. So I can send you that data as well.
All right, well, but it just seems to me that if you're going to look at requirements and standards, that you would have some idea about the frequency of these meetings occurring.
Yes.
And the volume would also inform us as to the extent or the likelihood of so-called violations or what have you. What are we trying to do with the Open Meetings Act, really and truly? And where do you find, well, let's talk about the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. It's really the public's right to observe a meeting. There are certain public bodies that do, like this one, provide for comment, but it's an opportunity for the public to be able to witness, sometimes in real time, the workings of the government. So that's the intention, that if we as public officials are discussing our decision making in person, not just in person, but also online, but we are able to have our citizens watch and become informed, that they will better let you all know as public officials what their needs are. But then the process itself is by nature transparent, because we feel that if we're able to see everything, if it's not done in the dark or behind closed doors, then it has a air of transparency in the conduct of the meetings themselves. But we know that there are exceptions, that some things need to be discussed in private, and those are enumerated in the act. But the overall goal is, again, to just make sure the public is informed and has the opportunity to see its government working. And especially when it comes to decisions that we're making now about budgets and priorities, that we know the basis for those things, and the taxpayers can understand how their dollars are being spent and why we're making those decisions. But again, it's the right to observe. So the public doesn't necessarily get to be involved in the meeting itself, but they should be able to watch the meeting and look at the records associated with the meeting.
When can the council have a closed meeting?
Well, the council has its own rules for meetings. So it's subject to the Open Meetings Act definition, but the council has enumerated its own rules that dictate when it can have closure. And those pretty much mirror the Open Meetings Act. And you also have a series of meetings that are somewhat different than other public bodies that don't require notice, but that also may be exempted from having a public meeting.
So for instance, if I wanted to have a meeting in my office with maybe 2 agencies to talk budget, would that be a violation of the Open Meetings Act?
No, that meeting wouldn't be covered by the Open Meetings Act because there's not a quorum of the council assembled.
All right. Would I be required to have less than a quorum of my committee members?
It would depend on the situation, because again, you have some exceptions that are carved out for specific meetings. But yes, it should be, for it not to be covered under the Open Meetings Act at all, it should be less than a quorum.
I appreciate that. You keep me soft. Thank you.
We're here to help, always.
Thank you. You know, when I first began this role, about 11, 12 years ago, my thought was, oh, well, I'll do what I did when I worked on the executive side, and that was, oh, I'll call everyone in and we'll, and they said, okay, so I just want to make sure that, I'm one of those that likes to have the team kind of approach. But in this instance, it sounds like team spirit does not prevail. What has to prevail is different. Okay. You too, Miss Allen, want to increase fines. And your thought is that the fines will accrue to this fund.
Yes, that would be the expectation.
That's the,
But
okay.
in our instance, it's we approach it a different way. Of course, we have to go to court, so
All right.
it's a little different.
Out of curiosity, do you know if all states have an open meetings law?
Yes,
All states?
yes, all states.
All
do.
right. And in this instance, we're considered a state, so that's why we have an open meetings law.
That's right.
Okay. And you'll let me know about the frequency of violations
Yes.
that have occurred FY23 and 24. Let me ask you about these fines. On page 4 of your testimony, you indicate that you're saying the following ways to provide sufficient enforcement that is in line with other jurisdictions. Broadening the application of fines from covering only improperly closed meetings to covering all requirements. What does that mean?
So for example, if it's a meeting that you didn't provide notice, it was just a completely secret meeting, that would kind of fall under that category. So right now it's just closed meetings, and a pattern of closed meetings. So, and that's it. That's all we could to take a public body to court for. But if there are other violations of the provisions of the act, notice being one of them, not providing the information that you should provide, those sorts of things, there really is no judicial remedy for that. So what we would do instead is really that you did this on purpose, that it's more of a purposeful action that you took to violate the Open Meetings Act, and we would be able to go to court for that, not just your everyday mistake, which sometimes happens. Those things can be corrected, but this is in mind for a particularly egregious and purposeful violation of the law. But we wanted to make it broader than just closed meetings. Then that's all that's covered now. And you have to have a lot of closed meetings that are illegal before we would even be able to seek a remedy.
So should we then think that as an enforcement mechanism that any government meeting should have a notice and the notice should come to your shop?
Well, it does in a sense. We have our website and called the Central Meeting Calendar. So we do see all the notices, and everyone is supposed to put their notice on their website. So or on the building, now that we're in person. So there is a way to know what meetings are going on, and we do check that. Our compliance includes looking at these websites. Now we'll include going on site to see if meeting notices are actually posted when they're supposed to. And that's part of our pre-enforcement mechanism. And we do, by that action, let public bodies know how to correct things before it rises to the level of something that needs to be enforced.
So the Open Meetings Act, does it stipulate that any meeting that is convened by an elected official or by the government must be noticed?
Well, it's just those meetings that fall under the Open Meetings Act of public bodies that have a quorum of them to consider, conduct, and advise government business. So those meetings are the type of meetings that fall under the Open Meetings Act. So it has to be a public body, and those are defined in the act. And they have to be convened for this specific purpose. And the majority plus one is usually a quorum, but if they have a number that they have in their bylaws, that's a quorum. Then a quorum of them present triggers the Open Meetings Act requirements. But anything short of that, if any of those elements are missing, then those meetings don't fall under the Open Meetings Act.
All right, so an ANC commission meeting would fall under the Open Meetings Act, but a single member district ANC one commission meeting may not fall under the act.
Well,
It does not.
ANCs are excluded from the Open Meetings Act. They fall under the Sunshine Act, which is the predecessor to the OMA. So they have their own, as you know, their own set of laws that they have to follow. And the Sunshine Act has a private right of action. So we wouldn't enforce that. I guess an individual who may have an issue under the Sunshine Act could bring, I guess, theoretically their own lawsuit.
All right, I'm
Against
thinking
ANC.
about I'm thinking about ANC meetings where the issue is maybe a development plan, and the commission is 6 or 7 members. And you're just saying they only have to adhere to the Sunshine Act.
That's right. I mean, they have their own rules as well. But I guess the law that governs them that would give you the ability to have some type of judicial intervention is the Sunshine Act.
All right, okay. All right, that's important because from time to time we get a few complaints in the office about, well, they didn't do this, yeah. So thank you for that,
You're
for
welcome.
putting it on the record. That's important. We have your concern about money. We understand that that is the direction that you would like to go in. And so, Ms. Hutchison, thank you very much for that. We will look as closely as we can to what the needs are and see what we can come up with. Particularly knowing that there is an opportunity to increase the fines and for the fines to go into the bucket of the office, so you would have those. We'll look at that. Yes, 100%. We'll look at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And so with that, I mean, I can't question you about your current budget because you've made the case that it is basically inadequate as it is. You're barely making ends meet. Let's put it that way. And so, and I understand that. Are there any other areas that, let's say we are not able to embellish your budget? Are there any areas where if you had a few additional dollars, it would make a big difference that filling a gap, let's say, something that you must have immediately?
In that case, I would say from OGE standpoint that the legislation regarding the lobbyist fees and fines would be an immediate need.
Right.
Because that would be money that the agency can receive basically as soon as the legislation is passed.
All right. And I'm hoping that by your mentioning it here today, it would then qualify for the BSA too.
Correct.
We
Thank
hope
you.
the same with our proposal.
Yes, yes, of course. All right. Just one second. All right. Well, we thank you very much for today, spending a little time with us, and we look forward to hearing more as time moves along on our budget. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we do have Miss Montgomery back on. Is she visible? All right. Miss Montgomery is our public, Tiffany Montgomery is the public witness on BEGA that will be testifying now.
Good afternoon. I'm calling by phone.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Montgomery, you're on. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you kindly for allowing me this opportunity to testify this afternoon before the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I would like to testify regarding the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability and the DC Office of the Inspector General. I respectfully bring to your attention and put on the record once again that the DC Office of the Inspector General, as I learned through the U.S. Attorney's Office Public Corruption Division, failed to investigate BEGA despite two separate criminal referrals being made against BEGA. I understand that OIG admitted to the committee's director, Mr. Kevin Chavis, since I testified this at the 2024 oversight hearing. The two separate government agencies are DC Human Resources Policy and Compliance Division and the Internal Affairs Bureau for the Metropolitan Police Department. BEGA's Director of Office of Open Government, Nicole Allen, was referred for criminal investigation by these two aforementioned agencies. And criminal suspect Nicole Allen has fraudulently obtained my social security number and date of birth to make a host of false accusations against me with a number of different agencies after I testified at the DC Council. Criminal suspect Allen has repeatedly committed perjury, fraud, and obstruction in order to retaliate against me, as have others at DC BEGA, who I understand are currently under criminal investigation by FBI. I filed a restraining order against Nicole Allen at the DC Superior Court, and she continued to commit perjury at the court hearing, which I contacted the two criminal investigators at OIG about. OIG said that it does not have jurisdiction over Ms. Allen's perjury in court. I have met with Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and its chief investigative counsel, as well as the legal staff of the chairman of the House Oversight Committee. The two aforementioned are aware of the involvement of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The U.S. Attorney's Office Public Corruption Division advised me that OIG failed to investigate the two criminal referrals, once again from DCHR and DC Police Internal Affairs Bureau. I have filed a request for information through FOIA from OIG on November 3rd of 2023, which OIG has failed to respond to. I did advise Deputy Inspector General Mary Hart and Inspector General Daniel Lucas that I updated the FBI and Congress about OIG's failure to investigate these two referrals made by two separate DC government agencies based on my conversation with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Unfortunately, it appears that OIG has misrepresented the criminal investigations to MPD Internal Affairs Bureau after I had a discussion with the Chief of Police and the Assistant Chief of Police. Then Assistant Chief of Police for Internal Affairs, Wilfredo Manlopez, explicitly told me the reason why MPD refers criminal suspect Allen and others at BEGA to OIG is because of there was an active criminal investigation at OIG, which unfortunately turned out not to be true. So I want to know why OIG would misrepresent information to MPD and the U.S. Attorney's Office when it first contacted OIG concerning BEGA. If OIG declines to investigate a DC government employee who's a criminal suspect, I think OIG should communicate the truth to the referring agency. DCHR, through Mr. Justin Zimmerman, who is now the Deputy Inspector General, contemplated referring criminal suspect Nicole Allen and others at BEGA to the U.S. Attorney's Office through what they considered criminal elements. And that was explicitly expressed to me by DCHR's senior investigative team. Criminal suspect Allen was habitually absent from office, and that allowed fraud and abuse of public office to take place at BEGA. Former Chief Counsel Johnny Barton misused his position at BEGA to use the government office as his private law firm, and he exploited Ms. Allen's habitual absenteeism. Ms. Allen has gone out of her way to conceal public information from DC Council and the public. BEGA has repeatedly committed perjury before DC Council, and it in fact destroyed evidence, despite the fact and documentation, despite the fact that it was aware of the referrals for criminal investigation made by DCHR and MPD. Therefore, BEGA cannot be trusted. In fact, BEGA has employed or illegally appointed a convicted felon to the board, and that convicted felon was sued by his father for fraud. And Ms. Allen herself was successfully sued by the state of Maryland for a tax delinquency. So I trust that the DC Council will take this seriously, and I encourage the committee to investigate. Ms. Allen was once again chronically absent from office, and that allowed theft of computer equipment and other items to be stolen that taxpayers had paid for. In fact, if you look at the Office of Contract Procurement, you'll see that BEGA has illegally removed information on a contract on an IT vendor that I reported for fraudulent misrepresentation regarding the complaints. BEGA ended up spending over $100,000 based on the misrepresentation of this IT contractor, and it has now removed the public records from the OCP website, and it has also removed the information from BEGA's websites as well. I'm happy to provide that information.
Ms. Montgomery,
Yes.
thank you for your testimony, but you know, what you are speaking of, if I understand you correctly, matters that are very difficult for a committee within the government to digest without some follow-up, something in writing that would lead us to thinking and moving forward with any kind of investigation. But I appreciate you having taken the time to come and appear before us, and it's at the right time when these agencies are before the committee. But if you would expect this committee to take any action, there would have to be some documentation. I mean, you've alleged a lot of things, quite
Yes, I
honestly.
understand that the committee director did communicate directly with OIG, and OIG did make admissions to Mr. Kevin Chavos, who's a member of the committee staff. And I'm happy to provide documentation as I did for the oversight hearing. And I respectfully request that you direct OIG to make the files available to FBI and the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, as well as Chairman James Comer's office, whom I met. But I'm happy to provide documentation to your office once again. I have been communicating with Mr. Kevin Chavos at the committee.
Well, thank you very much. And we would like to have the files if they are available, so that there can be official follow-up from this committee to, I guess you mentioned to the courts, to the FBI. That would be outside of our realm, but if we get your files, we can at least understand exactly what the issue is, because at this point, I'm not quite sure that I know what action you would like us to take, other than to look at the file and to note that you have made this complaint. Am I correct?
Well, from what I understand, Mr. Kevin Chavos did speak to an executive at OIG, and she admitted to him that OIG declined to investigate the 2 criminal referrals made by 2 different government agencies against Nicole Allen and others at DC BEGA. And they failed to, and OIG failed to communicate its decline to investigate to either MPD Internal Affairs or DCHR. So I'm
Okay,
happy to provide those records. And, I did speak to Mr. Kevin Chavos regarding the illegal appointment of a convicted felon to BEGA, which I understand he did follow up on. And, the mayor's office legal staff is aware of the illegal appointment of the convicted felon at BEGA. And they know right now that the FBI and Chairman James Comer's office is involved, but I'm happy to provide written testimony as well as provide additional documentation. Some of the documentation will be private. I don't want the public to see at this time due to the ongoing federal investigation, but I'm happy to provide the direct number for the FBI liaison for your office
all
to
right.
communicate with
That
directly.
yes, that would be very helpful. And am I hearing that you have already provided the files to the Office of Legal Counsel?
No, I didn't provide files. I provided some information.
Okay.
But the mayor's office, is aware that Chairman James Comer's office of GOP oversight has been monitoring the oversight, the DC Council oversight of DC BEGA, as well as the Office of the Inspector General. And I did communicate with the DC Police, which confirmed that, it was not aware that DC OIG had failed to criminally investigate Nicole Allen and others at BEGA, despite the fact that it was led to believe that it had. So this information was transmitted to the committee for the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, as well as the FBI liaison. But I'm happy to provide documentation directly to your committee.
Ms. Montgomery, I am trying to sort through this important information that you're putting on the record today. And what I'm trying to understand is, what would you have this committee to do as it relates to your complaint?
So I would respectfully ask this committee to direct OIG to provide me a copy of the files. So I would like a copy, and I would like OIG to provide a copy to the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. I'm happy to provide the direct contact information for the investigative chief of staff and the investigative chief counsel, as well as the House Oversight Committee, Chairman James Comer's office, because I did file a formal FOIA after I spoke to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And OIG has failed to respond to my FOIA. And the DC Police, in fact, directly contacted the Deputy Inspector General, Mr. Justin Zimmerman, who made the criminal referral for Ms. Allen when he was the Associate Director at the DC Department of Human Resources.
All right.
So
And
Mr. Justin Zimmerman is aware.
All right. And all right. So you want OIG to provide you with a copy of the file. And I dare ask what file we're speaking of, because but you're saying you've already filed a request, a FOIA request. Am I correct?
Which they failed to respond to. Yes, I filed that several months ago, back in November.
You're saying OIG failed to respond. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes.
All
And
right.
OIG,
Okay. OIG is waiting in the wings, and they are coming up next. So let's see what they have to say about this FOIA request from you. All right.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Thank you so very much. And thank you.
Councilmember Barnes, if I
Yes,
may.
Ms. Hutchison.
Yes, I would like to make a statement for the record regarding the unsworn statement made by Ms. Montgomery, who's a former BEGA employee who was briefly employed by the agency and lawfully terminated from the Office of Open Government. I have full confidence in my board member colleagues, the directors, attorneys, and staff of the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. They continue to serve as public servants with diligence and dignity at a time when public officials are increasingly subject to vile attacks on their character, backgrounds, professional acumen for merely executing their duties. I assure the public that to our knowledge, the members of this organization are not being investigated by law enforcement or any other entity as was stated. The esteemed members of this organization will continue to carry out the business of the District of Columbia, which is to ensure that we all operate in a manner that is ethical and transparent, regardless of anyone who seeks to harass our employees or disparage our work. I am here to assure the committee that the public and to assure the committee and the public that we will carry on. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so very much. And that closes the record for this committee on BEGA. Thank you so much. We know we got a heavy lift, so let's see what we can get done and get done together. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back to speak with the Office of Inspector General. Now we have before us the Office of Inspector General. It is the district's government primary agency tasked with preventing fraud, mismanagement, and abuse of power within the government. The OIG is the only local agency that can investigate all aspects of our government. The OIG independently audits, inspects, and investigates matters pertaining to the District of Columbia government in order to do four major things. One, prevent and detect corruption, mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse. Two, promote economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability. And three, inform stakeholders about issues relating to district programs and operations. And four, recommend and track the implementation of corrective actions. And so we do not have a panel for the Inspector General, that unknown agency, so it seems, but we're going to hear from our government witness, the Inspector General, Daniel Lucas, and I will now swear you in with your team. If you raise your right hand. All right, officially, I want the record to show that they also stood. Do you swear and affirm your testimony today and any statements that you make before us to be truthful and complete? Thank you, thank you. And you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I'm Daniel W. Lucas, Inspector General for the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before the committee to review the Office of Inspector General's budget submission for fiscal year 25. Joining me to assist in the presentation are Ms. Jamie Yarusi, Deputy Inspector General for Business Management, and Dr. James Hurley, Agency Fiscal Officer. Today, I would like to discuss three specific areas. First, the OIG's unique budget process. Second, our fiscal year 24 budget and expenditures to date. Our fiscal year 25 budget and recommendations for fiscal year 25 Budget Support Act. The OIG has a unique budget process compared to other agencies. Specifically, the OIG's enabling legislation states that the OIG shall prepare and submit to the mayor annual estimates of the expenditures and appropriations necessary for the operation of the OIG for the year. These estimates are then forwarded by the mayor to the council without revision, but subject to recommendations, including recommendations on reallocating any funds from the Inspector General's estimates to other items in the district budget. The OIG's budget also benefits from a special purpose revenue fund. The OIG support fund is funded by 25% of criminal restitution and recoupments generated from an OIG criminal investigation and 25% of revenue from recaptured overpayments identified through an audit, inspection, or evaluation. Before the OIG support fund receives any deposits, $284,000 must first go to the district's general fund. Any local funds above $1 million remaining in the OIG's operating budget may be deposited in the OIG support fund at the end of the fiscal year. However, not more than $3 million may be deposited in any fiscal year, and the fund balance cannot exceed $5 million. The OIG's support fund budget is an estimate of anticipated revenues to be deposited into the fund in the forthcoming fiscal year. The OIG support fund budget provides me with the authority to spend up to the approved budgeted amount, but the total expenditures are subject to change based on the actual revenues deposited and cannot exceed the allowable total amount in the fund. OIG's FY24 budget. With the support of the executive and this council, the OIG's fiscal year 24 approved gross budget is $27.6 million with 120 full-time equivalent positions and 10 term positions. The term positions and $1.2 million in non-personnel service resources support oversight of the district's $3.3 billion American Rescue Plan Act appropriations. The OIG's approved fiscal year 24 budget includes $2.6 million in budget authority in the OIG's support fund. Following the approval of our fiscal year 24 budget, the OIG worked with the executive and agreed to return $950,000 in ARPA funding and $750,000 in local personal service vacancy savings to assist with district-wide budget pressures. These resources were returned to the district general fund for the district's use during this fiscal year. OIG FY24 expenditures. In the first 5 months of this fiscal year, the OIG expended about 32% of its approved gross budget. Much of our current fiscal year underspend is due to vacancy savings. The OIG's human capital team, in coordination with OIG leadership, continues to prioritize recruitment. I encourage those watching at home to look for OIG job opportunities at careers.dc.gov. The OIG encountered unbudgeted spending pressures this fiscal year, which necessitated redirecting resources to address these unfunded requirements, including additional work related to the district's annual comprehensive financial report audit. In fiscal year 22, Events DC could not provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence to support a financial audit. During this fiscal year, the OIG allocated additional resources to ensure Events DC received an independent financial audit of both its fiscal year 22 and 23 financial reports. Second, with the transition to the new District Integrated Financial System, or DIFS, the OIG allocated additional funding so its independent auditors had the requisite resources to audit the new system while delivering an on-time ACPR audit. Hiring independent counsel required by DC Act 25-0202, the Sexual Harassment Investigation Review Emergency Act of 2023. While the Act's fiscal impacts statement estimated the cost for the OIG to retain independent counsel to be $450,000, the OIG has encumbered $749,000 funded by the OIG Support Fund. Addressing additional costs related to the OIG's new facility. While the OIG returned to in-person operation at its new facility in fiscal year 23, the OIG continues to address unforeseen residual construction and information technology requirements. Establishing the OIG's body-worn camera program. The Inspector General Amendment Act of 2022 required the OIG to establish a body-worn camera program subject to the availability of funding. While this statutory requirement remains unfunded, we believe this is a vital tool to promote transparency and OIG criminal investigator safety. As such, the OIG has elected to continue implementing this unfunded mandate, including repurposing current fiscal year funding. The OIG's proposed fiscal year 25 gross budget, totaling $25 million, reflects a net decrease of $2.9 million from the prior fiscal year approved budget. The OIG worked with the executive and agreed to a 2% or $295,000 reduction in PS funding from vacancy savings to support district-wide budgetary pressures. For the OIG, this amounts to the equivalent of 3 full-time positions. Additionally, with the expiration of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, the OIG will be sunsetting its pandemic oversight program, which will eliminate 8-term FTEs and additional MPS resources. However, 2-term FTEs will remain until December 31, 2024. The OIG has estimated the amounts to be deposited in the OIG Support Fund in fiscal year 25 at $2.6 million, which may be used to address future spending pressures. As a reminder, the OIG Support Fund proposed budget is a projection of revenues to be generated during the fiscal year and would provide me with the authority to expend these resources as they are received. Depending on the results of the OIG's oversight work, the actual amounts deposited into the fund and available for use in the upcoming fiscal year will fluctuate. Notwithstanding the proposed reduction, we also anticipate specific budget pressures next year, including awarding a new Act for Audit contract. The fiscal year 24 Act for Audit will be the fifth and final year of the OIG's contract with its current independent auditor, McConnell and Jones. Later this year, the OIG will begin the solicitation process for a new Act for Auditor. Although we do not have an independent government estimate for the new Act for Audit contract at this time, I expect the cost to increase over previous years, given the increasing complexity of the district's financial systems and operations. Additionally, to provide the current and successor auditors with sufficient time to facilitate a smooth transition, the OIG will have to retain both firms for a finite period of time. Retaining independent counsel. As the council deliberates Bill 25-0351, the Sexual Harassment Investigation Integrity Amendment Act of 23, and to meet current requirements found in Mayor's Order 2023-131, the OIG anticipates that it will need to retain independent counsel to implement these mandates. As such, absent incremental funding, the OIG will have to redirect resources from other oversight activities to support these requirements. It is important to note that any further reductions in the OIG's budget, coupled with increased spending pressures, would directly impact the OIG's capacity to provide oversight of the district. Budget Support Act recommendations. I want to conclude my testimony by highlighting the OIG's recommendation for the fiscal year 2025 Budget Support Act of 2024. Specifically, we have requested an amendment in the fiscal year 25 Budget Support Act to add OIG criminal investigators under the definition of law enforcement officers within the DC Code. While this amendment may seem insignificant, this update addresses a long-standing impediment to independently executing our statutory criminal investigation mission. The amendment will remedy incongruent legal authorities provided to OIG criminal investigators in our enabling legislation and legal authorities provided to other criminal investigative agencies found in Title 23 of the DC Code. The benefit to the district is that we would reduce our reliance on law enforcement partners, many of whom face resource constraints, to execute certain law enforcement activities on our behalf and be able to improve the efficacy of our criminal investigations. In conclusion, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, the OIG has a critical oversight role for the district. In an environment of declining resources, the OIG has and will continue to help the district maximize its revenues and ensure its expenditures are economical, efficient, and effective. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome the opportunity to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And if I could, I'd like to start with Ms. Montgomery's testimony as our public witness. She indicates that she is awaiting results from her FOIA request that she filed with your office. And so I wondered if you can give us a sense of when was it filed and why is it taking so long?
Ms. Montgomery has filed several FOIA requests, all of which have been responded to in accordance with the timelines. There have been no FOIA requests that have been delayed or been left unresponded to.
All right, can you please provide me with something in writing for the record so that we will have and we can bring closure to this case? As you recall, I asked Ms. Montgomery, what does she want this committee to do? And that was her request. And so
Yes.
I want to close that out. Thank you so very, very much. Can we get that in the next 2 weeks, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You have already spoken a little bit about the third-party investigating process that you're underway. Can you tell me what the status is? Because recently I saw some clip on the internet that indicated that the contract was still outstanding. We still do not have a law firm that is taking a look at the harassment issues as an example.
That would be news to me. We hired a vendor 3 months ago. They're about 75% through their work. We anticipate delivering a report to the parties, which is the council and the mayor, by May 12th.
Thank you so much, because, you know, this open government is open, and frequently people spread mistruths. There was a long story just in the last couple of days that indicated that, oh no, nothing has been done.
We
So-
are absolutely on track. As a matter of fact, we're set to deliver reports to council, including yourself, Chairperson Bonds, and the mayor, as well as contact your staffs for briefings.
Thank you so much. And I would assume this is that you ended up spending an additional 299,000 for this report. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And
All right.
and if you recall, the legislation requiring our engagement wasn't to conduct a sexual harassment investigation. It was to review what had already been done and look at other aspects of DEMPED and the Chief of Staff's office to see if we could make recommendations.
All right. And so the report, the May 12th report, will contain your review of what has been done. And the mayor also asked you to look at other areas. So that's what this report will be.
Yes.
All right, excellent. And you contracted with an outside source to help with this report.
Yes, we did, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. I want the record to reflect that. All right, 100%. You indicated that there was additional costs related to your new facility, your new location that you moved in FY23. What kind of, what's the cost, your annual cost for that?
So we still have ongoing construction items to be finished, as well as security items and AV. Overall, it's roughly $750,000 of work that's going to be done under that umbrella.
Okay, so the 750,000 are the additional, or is that incumbent in the annual rent?
It is not in the annual rent. It's additional work that OIG had to procure to finish its space.
All right, and so what is your annual rent?
That actually is in DGS's budget, to my knowledge, so I don't know it per square foot.
Okay. Some of the other areas, some of the other agencies that are under this committee have it in their budget as well. All right, okay. All right, let me check. Just want to make sure you have what you need as we're thinking about your fund and how your fund can be manipulated so that you have the resources. I'm pretty sure you have it. I'm pretty sure you do. Yeah.
I do have that number.
All righty.
It's just over $1 million with a 2.75% annual escalation.
2
that cost.
3/4. Okay.
And we have an additional 32,000 for our fleet vehicles, parking for our fleet vehicles.
So when you say just over a million, so what is it? 1.1, 1.2, 1.3?
1,038,085.
Oh, just barely. Okay. All right, great. We had one agency that indicated theirs was 1 million and it ended up being 9 something. So that's why I was 900,
Okay.
not 9 million. Oh, no. So that's why I'm, trying to make sure. This additional work that you did as it related to Events DC, I don't believe you attached a dollar amount to that. What did that cost you? I'm pretty sure it was something.
Yeah, it was $50,000.
50. Okay.
We essentially used our ACPR auditors to go back in and look at the
I
financials.
see. Okay. On page 2 of your testimony, you mentioned that the special purpose revenue fund, I think currently it indicates that 284,000 goes to the general fund. Yet we ask for more ultimately as that goes into our general fund. Your testimony indicates that you return to any savings, you return to the government any savings that you may have. So that's in addition.
Yeah, the way it works, the 284,000 number is based on prior year recoveries and restitutions and recoupments. And it's spread out over 4 years so that there will be zero impact to the district's budget. In 2025, that number goes away. So we will no longer have to send money back to the general fund in order to put money into the fund.
But if we continue as we have, or your collections continue as they have, then we could very well have another 5 years of 284,000.
No.
This is it.
This is it. This is it. Where we have to put money into the general fund. Yes.
All right. So there could be a proposal where you would automatically add 400,000 on an annual basis based on your collections. I'm just trying to understand the relationship to your office and to the legislative body. I just want to make sure.
Well, really what you're talking about is we only get a 25% piece of any recoveries, restitutions, or recoupments as a result of our audits and inspections and evaluations. The district government gets 75%. So the government is getting 75% of whatever results from our work.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And does that, well, we don't know yet. I guess, do we know whether or not that is adequate, that there is a fair number or percent of the budget that gets to stay in your shop in order to get your work done?
As well, it's 25% right now. We've only had 2 years of runtime with it. But what we do know is as our workload increases and as the district's budget, becomes more constrained, there's fewer dollars for us to ask for in the budget. So an additional resource for us is to increase that number from, say, 25 to 35, which is what we've done through the Budget Support Act. That will allow us to keep a little bit more, and we can turn those dollars, into additional oversight work.
All right. There are a few things I think that we have discussed here today in this committee that might lend them to review by the OIG. And I think when I look at your first principle, which is to make sure we're not misspending the tax dollar, there are some things you might want to look at.
Yeah,
And
I'd be happy to do so.
yes, yes. So that we get a fair return on the expenditure.
Yes.
So otherwise, you're saying that you're happy with the arrangement that you have, and that the resources that remain within your purview are adequate. So you don't want any adjustment to your budget plan or the proposed budget plan.
So I'll answer that by saying I'm sensitive to the district's budget pressures. And, given that environment, we're going to be looking to do more with what we have. The mayor and council have been gracious. Whenever we come and ask for more, we usually get it. But as we sit here today, I'm comfortable with, the rest of 24 and the 25 budget.
Right. Good to know.
But if you'd like to
Well,
give me a few more pennies,
I really wanted to, I really wanted to talk about how some of the 2.6 million that you have could maybe do a little good in a couple of other places at a very small amount, but we can talk about that.
I mean, for me, I'll gladly do all the oversight, the district will fund me to do. But I am comfortable, with what I have.
Yes.
We're actually pretty excited. Our staffing levels are way up. We've got really, really good work coming in the door, great relationships across the district. People are letting us know where the risks are. So we're in a really good spot.
All right, that's really great. I certainly would be very interested in learning where our risks are. We hear of it, but again, documentation would be very helpful. And certainly to hear from your office would sort of set the stage, because when we talk with the public, there's a sense that the expenditures do not match the outcomes.
Yeah.
And we do hear that.
And one of the things that we're doing, and I think I mentioned this at the performance hearing, that I'm really excited about, is we're creating the district ecosystem so we can better understand where the risks are and what programs are attached to those risks. I know for many years as the Inspector General, when we looked at a particular problem, we only focused in one agency. And what we've learned over the years is a lot of times it's 3 or 4 agencies, that have some stake in a particular risk. So what we're doing is we're designing an ecosystem, and then we'll be putting data into that to understand, how those risks, how those risks affect the district's ecosystem. So when we get that prototype, going, we'll invite you to come in and have a look.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I was thinking of one area that continues to be of concern for us, and that's contracts, in particular. Contracts that seemingly are designed to deliver a service over, with option years. But what do you do when, option year 2 goes awry, and how do you fix something until the contract runs out, and those kinds of questions are always to bear. And the services that they provide are very, very critical in some areas. So that's a big concern that I have. I'm sure there's a way to manage that
Yeah.
without it costing us.
Right.
You know, that's the problem, without it costing us. So should we have contracts for 6 months? Will people contract with us for 6 months? 18 months? I don't know.
The key is vendor oversight. And it's consistent and constant vendor oversight. You know, what we typically see is issues with contracts and option years, you know, kind of bubble up, and it only becomes a crisis when it's too late. And what I mean by that is you have to award the next option year because you have no other option. And so, you know, my perspective is when you're providing, you know, the right amount of vendor oversight, you can, one, make sure you're getting the goods and services that you're paying for, or if the vendor isn't delivering, you can begin to formulate a plan B.
I appreciate that, Mr. Lucas. And I'm thinking, one of the processes that we have in this government is training, sharing, you know, best practices. And it just seems to me that maybe that's an area that we could look at holistically. It just happened to pop out. I'm thinking about a particular contract in one of the agencies that's in our committee, and I thought I would just mention it to you. But if there were some training as it relates to how do you really do vendor oversight? What are you looking for? You know, what are you looking for after, you know, 6 months, you know, 1 year, 2 years, you know, because it changes because we get set in our ways and things become stale or can become stale. What is the requirement for variety if you're providing, you know, certain kinds of services through a contract? And I think that that's an area we might want to look at. Also, my favorite area talking to you about is how do we get many meaning small decisions from your shop on issues so that waiting for the full-blown report doesn't take a year.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an option. It all depends on what the work is that we're doing. There are opportunities for us to provide incremental reports, but it all depends on what the issue is that we're looking at. One that comes to mind is when we were looking at main streets. We issued an interim report, you know, to give council some ideas where the challenges were, and we followed that up a few months later with the final report. So there are opportunities, you know, where we can do that. And based on this conversation, I'll re-engage with my team so we can look for more opportunities, you know, to provide interim information for stakeholders.
That would be very helpful, and maybe even in addition to vendor oversight, this could be an area for some of the contracts as it relates to, you know, a way in which I guess we could have a way in which the contract can deliver, let's say you have a contract for jobs and jobs retention. Is there a way to have a piece that speaks to job readiness, which we heard about today, or starting at the beginning, recruitment, you know, readiness, then another one for the actual placement, and then another coaching, in other words, so that we have some small pieces that we can look at and evaluate, because quite frankly, we just don't have the resources that we need in order to help district residents, find the employment that they need.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something we can definitely do. A few years ago, what we had decided to do was reserve some capacity within our investigations and our inspections and evaluations unit to just do contract reviews. Okay, when a stakeholder comes to us and says, "Hey, I've got some concerns, with this contract, can you go take a look at it?" So we'll go in and we'll look at the execution of that contract to try and get some assurances that the district is receiving value that it is expecting. Now, the contract that you were speaking of a minute ago, that would be something we can say, okay, let's just look at different aspects of the contract and publish reports on that particular aspect. So that is something we are built to do.
Okay, so are you built to actually have best practices so that we can create? We talked a little bit also about standards, to have the standards, what we expect. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the standards are there. Council member OCP has done, a pretty good job in providing the framework. The challenge is just making sure everyone is functioning within that framework. I mean, what we often find is when we're looking at these contracts, okay, the standards are there, you just didn't follow them. So we just go back to the agency and say, hey, look, you're not following the procedures that are outlined for you. But where we do find opportunities to make recommendations, based on best practices, we do that as well.
All right. On page 5, you mentioned awarding a new ACFR audit contract. Do you have a sense of what that would cost? And then also you mentioned retaining independent counsel, what that will cost. I believe the independent counsel, you had indicated it ended up costing you about 700,000 as opposed to. Okay.
Yeah, we anticipate the new ACFR contract to be 2.5 million. As far as retaining independent counsel, what we believe that'll be the best approach for us, so we can deliver quickly instead of having to ramp up and go find a vendor. We already have one that we retain. When an allegation comes in, they can immediately address it.
So is that at about 700,000 or?
We still don't know the answer to that one because the work we did wasn't a sexual harassment investigation. It was a review of work that had already been done. But what you have to keep in mind is all sexual harassment allegations aren't built the same. Sometimes you'll have an allegation that's just narrowly focused on a discrete event. And then sometimes you'll have a complaint that involves, a number of issues that have to be individually and independently validated. So we don't really know what that number looks like yet. It could be less than 750, right? In some cases, it may be more than 750, depending on the scope of the allegations that come to us.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not creating legislation that pretty much mirrors the mayor's order would be justifiable for DC government?
Do I have an opinion? My opinion on matters like this are always, if you have a structure already in place, compel the structure to work the way it was designed. To me, you're creating redundant structures. When you have redundant structures, Particularly in this area, it creates ambiguity and confusion. If you
So is
have,
that a yes or no?
it's a no.
No, we
If
do
you
not
have a
need
structure in
legislation.
place
Just
already,
follow the mayor's order.
just follow the mayor. And it's not just the mayor's order. You have other structures in place, OHR, for example, EEO, for example. The structures are there. You just have to use them.
All right, so we don't need a law.
You asked for my opinion.
Yes, no, I wanted that. I needed that very much so. You mentioned something that I wasn't aware of. You said that you requested an amendment in the BSA, and that is to add OIG criminal investigators under the definition of law enforcement officers. You can write to me about that because I see I'm looking at the clock. I'm trying to get you where you want to have a vision in a few minutes. But to me, it sounds like that would require some changes in a number of aspects of the current code. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, ma'am, all we're really doing is making sure what's in my enabling legislation, the authorities that are afforded to me, I can actually, execute on those. In order to apply for search and arrest warrants, you have to be a law enforcement officer. We're not designated so in Title 23. So all we're doing is we are just making sure, those two pieces of legislation are in alignment.
So you'll provide us with some draft legislation.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right. And that would include the body worn cameras, which
Yeah.
you're already
That's
doing.
already the law.
Yeah, but and you're already paying for it. It wasn't
Yes,
funded yet.
correct, ma'am.
Okay. What is the current standard in place that determines whether or not you investigate a complaint?
So if there are any, that's a three-part question.
Yes.
Because we do administrative investigations, we do criminal investigations, and we also do a subset of our criminal investigations into Medicaid fraud. Any evidence suggesting criminal misconduct that's within our purview, that is, it's members of the government or a government program, we will investigate. Sometimes it's just to put some preliminary work just to make sure there's some there. Sometimes they're just full-blown investigations. Same holds true with Medicaid fraud. If we have evidence that suggests someone has been defrauded of their Medicaid resources, or they have been abused in some way, it gets an investigation. On the administrative side, it's a little different because we can refer some administrative issues back to the agencies. But if there is some violation of a rule or regulation or policy that's within our purview, we'll look at it.
And finally, are there any ongoing vacancies at your agency?
We have 6.
And are they technical? Are they investigative? Are they administrative?
It's
Customer service?
all of the above.
All of the above. Okay, all right, okay.
It's 2 auditors, 3 criminal investigators, and 1 attorney for my Office of General Counsel.
Okay. All right. Guess what? It is 3:15 p.m. And thank you very much, Mr. Inspector General. As always, you're cooperative. And I appreciate that very, very much. And you're cooperative with a smile because you are one of the few agencies that has a special fund that is tappable when absolutely necessary. So thank you very much for that.
The smile is I enjoy our conversations, Chair.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes our hearing today, and I want to thank everyone who participated in the hearing for their contributions. The committee does carefully consider public input and certainly appreciate our public witnesses that appeared first this morning. Again, I want to encourage everyone to submit written copies of their testimony for inclusion in the official hearing record. Please email a Word or a PDF document to seal@dccouncil.gov. That's CEAL@dccouncil.gov by 5 p.m. on Friday, the 3rd of May. The committee's next meeting will be on next Monday, April 22nd at 9 a.m. And that concludes our hearing today, and thank you all again. The time is officially 3:16 p.m. on the same day in which we started, April 8th, 2024. Watch the eclipse. Thank you.